not for long, the future is coming on. I am glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long, the future is coming on. It's coming on, it's coming on. Yeah, finally, someone let me out of my cage, and now time for me is nothing, cause I'm now you shouldn't be scared. I'm good at repairs, and I'm under each snare. Intangible, if you didn't think so, I command you to. Panoramic view, I make it all manageable. Pick and choose, sit and lose. All you different crews, chicks and dudes, who you think is really getting down in the picture tube. Like you lit the fuse. You think it's fictional, mystical, maybe spiritual hero who appears on you to clear your view when you're too crazy. Lifeless to those definition for what life is. Priceless to you because I put you on the hype ship. Did you like it? Blood smoking righteous with one token. You're psychic among those possess you with one. I ain't happy. I'm feeling glad I got some bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. I ain't happy. I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. The essence, the basis, wait, I did you make it? Oh, allow me to make this childlike in nature. Rhythm, you have it or you don't. That's a fallacy. I'm every sprouting tree, every child of peace, every cloud and sea. You see demise, corruption in the skies. It's for this fucking enterprise. Now I'm sucking to your lies. It's the rustle, not his muscles, but percussion he provides. For me as a guy, y'all can see me now, cause you don't see with your eye. You perceive with your mind, that's the inner fudge. I'ma stick around with rust and be a minute. Bust a few times so motherfuckers should remember where the thought is. I brought all this and you can survive with laws lawless. Feeling sensations that you thought was just no squid. I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. I ain't happy. I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless. My future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy, Hustler and Muscular, back at it again after fixing my little connection issues. Hopefully, we won't have any problems this time. But yeah, hopefully, y'all could come back up here and join me. Shout out to the people that joined me earlier. Shout out to Drip and shout out to Exile. Appreciate y'all for being patient. But yeah, we gonna get this shit cracking. I got a show to put on for you guys, and I'm gonna do it through hell or high water up in here, okay? Because that's how we do it. All right. If y'all can come back, I appreciate it. If not, then hey, it is what it is. Come back later, soon at your own convenience. But yeah, let's try to get back into this. For those of y'all coming in, once again,
like, comment, and subscribe, because it's just what the doctor did.
All right. Now, I'm going to ask you people one more
The question
time.
is,
attendance and the millions watching around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
Once again, let's get ready to rumble. Once again, multi-topic discussion. Now let's get back to what we were talking about earlier. The shame of being single and not having kids. Okay, let me bring this video back up here. We shouldn't have any issues this time when critiquing this. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into this. All right, let me know what y'all think. And shout out to Raul from Please Act Right. Let's hear what else he has to say about this. Okay. Fair use.
I ain't gonna lie, when I be meeting like nice, put together older men who don't have any kids, I be thinking like, what's wrong with you? Like,
You're well put together and you don't have kids. What the fuck are you talking about, honey? Isn't this what y'all ladies want? Y'all don't want the baby mama, baby daddy drama, so why would you call that a red flag? Make that make sense, but fair use.
like it's just something like,
Hey, this is Raul of Please Act Right. And yet another reason why so many men here in the West are walking away from these modern day women.
They're making it look bad for y'all.
Older man who has his stuff together, doesn't have any children, she thinks something has to be wrong with her. Now,
Yeah, and they're making it look bad for you women out there who really want relationships with childless men. So y'all just casualties of war at this point. So we don't know what to think. All right, fair use.
I know I've covered this video in the past, but I feel the need to cover it again because I'm starting to see more and more women vocalizing this mindset.
I ain't got no kids. I got my own motion going on.
Flag.
huh?
What? Go ahead.
Nah, go ahead. What you about to say?
Why the listen, I know like having sex before marriage is bad, but it's 2022. Like, what has gone on in your life that you have not had a kid?
I don't have kids.
What is going on in your life, huh?
You're different.
Oh, you're different. So him being single and childless is a red flag, but your homegirl right there with no kids, it's different. Why is it so different for women, but it's a red flag for men? And then y'all be the same bras complain about how men have no sex discipline. They want to fuck everything that moves, have kids all over the goddamn place. So make up your mind. This is the kind of bullshit we're walking away from. Make up your goddamn minds, but fair use.
Like, but for men, it's just kind of like, why don't you have a kid? What happened?
Because I don't want the kid yet.
Maybe
You gotta find a woman to have kids with. Shit.
I'm responsible. What do you
it's
Huh?
not responsible. Like,
If you let them talk long enough, they'll tell on themselves.
They really will.
Let me play this one part again and listen to what she said.
I know like having sex before marriage is bad, but it's 2022. Like,
She knows that having sex before marriage is bad. If you know that, and the man is over 30 years old and he doesn't have any children and he's not married, then why is that a red flag? Now I'm under the assumption that she's referring to a biblical principle. 1 Corinthians 6:18, flee fornication. Every sin that a man doeth is without the body, but he that committeth fornication sinneth against his own body.
In other words, if you fornicate, you sin against your own body. You committed sin. I guess everybody's guilty of that. Shit.
So if the Bible is against fornication and he's not married and he doesn't have any children, how can him not having kids be a red flag?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it seems like our society has moved far, far away from any biblical principles we used to live by. I mean, there was a time where women were shamed for being over a certain age and not having kids. Now we're flipping the script and putting it on men. Why are you 35 with no kids? So I guess purity of mind and body is not held to the highest regard, but we're so quick to chastise lack of discipline and mind, body, and spiritual corruption. We're so quick to criticize that kind of shit, but we don't give praise to the few people who don't engage in that. That's bullshit in my eyes. Complete, total, utter bullshit.
What? A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit?
Let's continue.
See how she's contradicting herself?
I ain't got no kids. I got my own motion going on.
flag.
I'm 30 years old, grinding, stacking this money up, and because I don't have any kids or no baby mamas, I'm a red flag. That is some backwards ass thinking right there. Like, what the?
A bullshit?
So,
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit?
Me having multiple baby mamas is a green flag to you. That's why the black community is where it's at right now, bro. This shit is crazy.
Really is.
If you like the videos that I make and you haven't done so already, take a moment and click that subscribe button and the notification bell and help me get to 100,000 subscribers. I'm almost there. So your stuff will be greatly appreciated.
Motion going on.
Flag.
Red
And I've
flag.
had people try to, like, low-key shame me for not having children. Meanwhile, I watch y'all struggling with raising them kids y'all got. Them kids putting y'all through it right now.
And might I add, there's some people out there.
Kids putting y'all through it right now.
And might I add, there's some people out there that have no business having
I
children.
could have told you that. Mm-hmm.
Well, no fucking shit.
I said it once, I'll say it again. Everybody can't be a parent, and there are some people out here who just don't need to be out here trying to have kids. Because they're a major responsibility that not everybody is ready for. Hell, if you're not ready for it at a certain age, then it is what it is. That's better than you having kids all over the goddamn place just to assert yourself as a man or assert yourself as a grown woman. I mean, kids are a responsibility. They're supposed to be a gift. They're not supposed to be something that you use to assert yourself as an adult and elevate your life to manhood or womanhood. No, they're precious gifts you're supposed to take care of, cherish, and raise to be productive members of society. So sweetie, stop using kids as a trophy. Like, hey, I got 5 kids, so I guess I'm not a red flag. Or I'm a single mother with 3 kids, so I'm not a red flag. Man, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Is bullshit.
Let's continue.
Gray hairs, you can't touch your toes. No disrespect to nobody who's had kids, but I've had people try to shame me for not having kids, and I'm like, you don't even take care
And need
of
I
them
remind you,
guys.
mostly women that do this shit. I don't hear a lot of men getting on other men for being single and childless. Usually it's the women that do this, and half of them be single mothers. Half of them already had, and they be the ones with kids. Just saying. Me personally, I don't get shamed for not having kids. So I guess I'm blessed because people don't talk about me for being single and childless. Just saying. But then again, you never know with some people. Even if they don't say it straight to your face, like, oh, what's wrong with you for not having kids? They may still look at you some kind of way, and have this, I don't know, impression of you because you're single and childless, even though they're not gonna say it to your face. But okay, fair use.
I would always get the question, why don't you have any kids? And then when I say, because I didn't want to have any children out of wedlock, I get the look like there's something wrong with me. Dare I say, that reaction always came from women. The men on the other
No fucking shit.
hand, they just be like, oh, cool.
I got my own motion going on.
Flag.
The brother is trying to get himself together. Most smart people know that they're not ready for kids unless they have themselves together financially, emotionally, spiritually, all those things you need to have before you have a child to raise.
Yeah, and it's not easy. I can tell you, I don't have kids of my own, but I can tell you one thing. My best friend of 20 years, he had his first child at 18. Thankfully, he raised her to be a productive member of society, but that doesn't mean everybody is that lucky. I had a homegirl who got pregnant months before graduating. We just had our damn senior prom, and already she got knocked up. Already got knocked up before we even graduated high school. So some people are lucky enough to raise kids at a young age, but not everybody should be doing that. He can tell you himself that better than I could, that raising kids is not an easy task. And he gives props to those who either don't have kids or they waited. Because my generation was just popping out babies left and right, up and down between 18 and 25 years old. Some were ready for it, others not so much. So come on, we got to get our heads out of our asses and look at the bigger picture. You ain't ready for no goddamn kids at an age. Just deal with it, okay? Fair use.
A child at a young age. So even though I'm very happy to have my kid, I would not trade my kid for anything in the world. I wish I could have waited at a later age to have children.
Absolutely. He wish he could have had his kids later, but it is what it is. This is what happens when you wrap it up. But he dealt with the consequences and he raised the kid to be productive. Yeah.
It probably would have set me up and set them up in a better place to be in life. And honestly, for that sister to be like, that's a red flag, honestly, she's a red flag.
Absolutely. She's the red flag. If you're turned off because a man does not have children at the time, then perhaps you're the red flag, not the men you're referring to. Just saying. Fair use.
She's a real red flag for that. That shows that just speaks volumes. I'm not going to go into great details about it, but that speaks volumes on what type of person she is.
Thank you for sharing that, sir. What type of person are you when you think it's a red flag when somebody's being responsible?
He is 30 with no kids. Okay, excuse me, y'all. Let y'all good fellas, let y'all good sister hell hold your hand on this one. Tag I'm in. Okay, he's 30 with no kids. That means he has DICK discipline. Okay.
And we can't preach about that enough. Just saying.
Because I don't want to get flagged. I need everybody to receive this message. A man that's over 30 with no kids either didn't want one or is waiting for the right woman to have one. Or shoot, get what God gives life. I mean, well, it's nothing wrong with a woman who's over 30 with no kids. So why is it wrong for a man who's over 30 with no kids?
That's a very good question. Why the fucking double standard?
Yeah,
I don't have kids.
you're different.
You're different. You hear that bullshit?
This is bullshit.
Maybe he didn't want none. Or, maybe sometimes people do wait till they're early to late 30s to have kids. It's okay. I am so sick of number one, this podcast culture. And number two, people acting like you're supposed to have kids in your 20s.
Exactly. Some people don't want to have kids. Some people can't afford to have kids. And some people have no business having kids.
And it could be a combination of any one of those things, sir. Shout out to Raul, please act right, but it could be a combination of any of those things. For me, I guess you could say it's a combination of some of them things. I don't want no child. I can't find the right woman to have them by. And most women I meet already have kids. So you think I want to get wrapped up in that stuff? Just saying, fair use. Plus, like I said, people are major responsibility. I'm just not ready for it. But okay, fair use.
There's nothing wrong if you choose not to have kids, no matter what age you are, if that's your decision. Hell, most people who have kids, they spend their entire lives broke. Some of y'all watching this video right now.
No shit.
Shout out to Sensico, unpredictable, always at her pentacle. Thank you for stopping by, my top tier supporter. Glad you could stop by as well. Let's continue.
Now, this next video is yet another reason why so many men are moving away from dealing with Western women. Certain women blame men for everything, while certain women give women a pass for doing the exact same thing.
So when you're dealing with a group of women that worship the men that are part of the problem in a culture, hood dudes,
there is
thugs, entertainers.
That's very true.
Yeah, no, and it largely goes for thugs and entertainers. Yeah. Nobody was checking for Will Smith before he was Will Smith. Nobody was checking for Jordan Peele before he was Jordan Peele. Okay. These dudes are waiting.
Not to mention Tupac, he went through the same shit. And Michael B. Jordan, they were called corny and lame before they blew up and become stars. Yeah.
These dudes are weirdos until they get successful, right? But a guy like Future can have 8 baby mothers and still get 7 women pregnant, or 10 baby mothers, like you said. And after the first one, 9 women will still lay down with him knowing that he is not sexually responsible. That means that there are 9 sexually irresponsible women, 1 sexually irresponsible man.
Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely.
No shit.
Let's continue. Fair use.
That is the problem. And everybody will point out the man and saying that he is a part of that problem, which he is, but that's only 1 man and 9 women. So why are we not talking about the 9 women that are also a part of that problem?
Absolutely. Yes, that's why I put the discipline on both the man and the woman. Women and men need to understand and master sexual discipline. Don't be having sex with just any old body, because you know there's a good chance you're going to get pregnant. So it has to go on both the man and the woman. Yeah. Let's continue. Fair use.
He's a repeat offender. Okay? He's a repetitive offender. So therefore, I feel like he is more irresponsible than these 9 women that you are claiming to be irresponsible.
What the fuck kind of logic
Oh
is that?
my God!
He's a repeat offender, so that makes him So he's worse than those 9 irresponsible women out there. See, you put it all on the man. I put it on both of them. That one irresponsible man and those 9, 10, 15, whatever the fuck women are just as guilty. But why put it all on the man? The discipline goes both fucking ways. What part don't you understand about that? Jesus. All I can say. The price ain't right. The price ain't right. Let's continue.
You see what I'm saying? He just said that the women are just as irresponsible for having babies with a man they already know has a bunch of babies and a bunch of baby mamas.
Yep, but she still won't put the blame on the man.
She gotta find a way to make the man more irresponsible than the women.
All because he's a repeated offender. How does him being a repeat offender override those 9, 10, 11 irresponsible women that keep coming his way? He's just as bad as they are, but you can't just put it all on the man. The women are just as obligated to be responsible. I don't give a damn if he had 1,000 children. Shit. That doesn't make up for those, I don't know, 900 plus women that want to come his way and still want to have kids with him. He's just as irresponsible as they are. It's an even trade, but fair use.
Videos like this one and women like her are exactly why I keep making these videos. I want you guys to pay attention to some of the traits in some of these women. Like the saying goes, accountability is like kryptonite to some of these women.
Or I feel like he is more irresponsible than these 9 women that you're claiming to be irresponsible.
This stuff take forever.
C-A-P. Cap. Cap. C-A-P. Cap.
C-A-P. Cap.
That's cap.
Taylor knew that.
That's cap. I accuse you of capping.
Yep, so do I. So do I. Fair use.
She just said she thinks Future is more irresponsible than the 9 women that slept with him, knowing that he was a person who just gets women pregnant and don't stay around. How does that even make sense? Seriously, like,
shout out to
y'all know these girls getting them pregnant and not being with them, and y'all still do it. But I'm more irresponsible. Listen to that. How that sound? Seriously.
It sounds like a complete pile of dog shit. Or better yet,
This is bullshit.
enough said.
Or I feel like he is more irresponsible than these 9 women that you're claiming to be irresponsible.
Yep, gotta put it all on the man. Gotta put it all on the man.
And then all their brain cells just leave in head and decide that they don't want to be sexually responsible. When I mean sexually responsible, I mean if you're gonna lay down with him, make sure he's wearing what he needs.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Well, no fucking shit.
Yep, absolutely.
Like for real, like they are just as irresponsible as his ass is.
They are.
Oh, just because he's the guy, he's more irresponsible.
Or just because he's a repeat offender, he's more irresponsible. Nope, it's an even trade.
No, baby girl, no.
He's a repeat offender. Okay.
Let me get one thing straight. This is information that a lot of women know about him. Y'all all know he's a repeat offender, yet y'all still open that door to him. That argument's not helping this case. It's his not. You made a choice to step in that direction. Didn't have to. Could have taken a different step. No, you took that step. Come on.
Therefore, I feel like he is more irresponsible than these 9 women that you are claiming to be irresponsible.
You know, at least that one girl have encountered one girl, or at least had a family member or a friend somewhere down the line that openly admitted they didn't care about being a side hoe. Come on.
Yep. That's a good point too. You always got that one person that says she don't mind being a little side hoe. She don't mind it at all.
Oh my God! Well, no fucking shit.
Yep. That happens a lot too. Some of y'all bros don't mind being side hoes, side niggas. I'm sorry, side chicks to these dudes. Y'all know they got girlfriends, wives, or whatever. That you know they got kids, but you still want to fuck with them. The same way y'all know these men be married in relationships and y'all don't mind being a side piece or whatever. It's the same way y'all don't mind being baby mama number 3, 4, 5, or 6. So yeah, it's the same dynamic when you think about it. But let's continue. Fair use.
I'll wait. Oh, you don't want to say that? Because that would make accountability for us. Let's just be real. I knew a girl had no problem with this dude knowing that he was married. She had no problem. She didn't care. As long as she was getting her nails done, as long as she got her tattoos, he was taking her out to eat, everything. She didn't care. Even when the damn wife was very aware what the going on.
Or I feel like
damn. Even when the wife was aware what the fuck be going on. And to be fair, that does happen. Sometimes the wife do be knowing what the hell is going on. And a lot of times in them situations, yes, sometimes the wife do be knowing.
Oh my God!
All right, let's continue.
he is more irresponsible than these 9 women that you are claiming to be irresponsible.
That girl is saying Future is the problem and not the 9 other women he gave a baby to. If you were about to go to a restaurant and there was 9 Yelp reviews saying, hey, I got food poisoning here, and you go to the restaurant and get food poisoning, your friends will tell you, girl, didn't you not read the reviews? They're probably going to say, yes, girl, but I thought it would be different for me.
Well, don't they have an old saying, never swim where the last person sunk? So if you know the restaurant serves bad food based on the reviews you read, why would you want to consider going? I think it's going to be a different experience for you. Same thing with relationships. If you know this man's a cheating dog that's got kids all over the goddamn place, what makes you think he's not going to treat you any differently? What makes you think he's going to treat you differently? Why would you think you're so special that he's not going to do that to you? And that goes for infidelity too. If a person, male or female, has a history of cheating, what makes you think you're so special that that person won't cheat on you as well? It ain't like, oh, well, I'll cheat on this person, but I'll be faithful to that person because they're more worthy of my time and attention. No, if I'm a cheating ass dog when you first met me, chances are I'm gonna be a cheating ass dog to you all throughout the relationship. And yes, I can change my ways, but I gotta do that for my goddamn self. Don't expect the red flags to just go away just because you came into his life or it's gonna be different for you. Nope, move with caution or don't move at all. Just saying, but fair use.
Just delusional. I'm not going to sit here and say women in general can't take accountability, but there is definitely an accountability problem. If I date a woman who has an OnlyFans, then we end up breaking up because she wanted to do some crazy thing on camera and I said no. Guys and women are going to comment, you're a loser. You knew she was an OnlyFans girl from the jump.
Well, to be fair, you know she does OnlyFans, so it's your choice to deal with. If it's your choice, if you choose to date her, then you're choosing whatever comes with that. Which is why I would never date an OnlyFans model. I would come around just to get fucked or fuck her, but I'm not gonna or fuck with her or give her access to this dick but that's all I'm gonna do. Do your OnlyFans on your own time. But when it's our time, ain't none of that shit happening. Just saying. Fair use.
The women were more irresponsible because this is why. When it comes to access to sex, who's the one who grants us the access?
Absolutely. That's a very good point. Very good point. Remember, women control access to sex. It's not like we can just force women to have sex with us. So if you got one guy who's a repeated offender as far as lack of sexual discipline, he's a repeated offender, and those 9 women approach him and give him access to sex, they're just as guilty as he is because women granted that access to sex. Women are the ones that gave this man access to their vagina. So that makes them just as irresponsible as him. Yes, the man's supposed to wrap it up and protect himself, but the women are just as obligated to protect themselves as well. That's the bottom line. Fair use.
Who's really irresponsible?
Even though he makes a good point, I still say that both are equally irresponsible. I want to close with this thought. Fellas, if you see a woman does not want herself, or even a woman she doesn't even know, to take accountability for anything that happens between men and women, is this the type of woman you want to spend any of your time with, or
nope, not me,
having babies with? So what do you think is going to happen when the both of you get into a situation where both of you are to blame? More than likely, she's going to blame it all on you, even if she had a part in it. The minute you see she doesn't want women to take accountability for their actions, she's showing you who she is. And as the saying goes, what you see is what you get. So
absolutely. That will never change. Sometimes what you see is what you get. Maybe not all the time, but a lot of times what you see is what you will get. All right, let's
pay
continue.
attention to them when they speak, because if you do, they'll tell you everything you need to know. Hey, somebody had to tell you, and I love you, so it might as well be me. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell to get notified when I post a new video. I post a new video every week.
All right, well, that's the video. That's the video, ladies and gentlemen. So what did y'all think? This whole thing of shaming men for being over 30 with no kids, but yet a guy, and yet a guy who repeatedly has babies by different women has to bear the brunt of the responsibility because he's a repeated offender. What about the women who chose to have kids with him? Where do they stand in all this shit? Why do we have to shame men for being single and childless, but women get a free pass? Even though they knew the man was irresponsible from the get-go, they still get a free pass. It's not their fault. Yada, yada, yada. It's all on him. It's on both of y'all motherfuckers to be responsible. That's just the way that shit works. And to me personally, I don't think it's fair to be shaming men or women for being single and having kids. Now, I get there was a time where women were shamed for being of a certain age and not having kids. I understand some cultures, if you're single with no kids, in some cultures, you're what they call a leftover woman. No female wants to stand on their hand, but this is America. We are thankfully more forgiving over here in America. Hell, we're so forgiving in America that being a baby mama is more praised than being an actual wife, because society won't hold women accountable for their sexual irresponsibility or their bad choices in men. But they are so quick to hold us men to a standard and hold us responsible, when in reality, the responsibility goes both fucking ways. Both the man and the woman have to be responsible. So men, don't feel shame because you don't have kids at a certain age. I don't feel no fucking shame. I've never gotten shame for having no kids, but I have to wonder, are women looking at me some kind of way because I don't have kids at a certain age? Those y'all ladies that like to smile in my face and give me props and all that stuff, is that how y'all really feel about me being single with no kids, or am I missing something here? You never can tell with some people. Oh, shout out to you, Rogue C. Rogue, always on the go. Tell me, my girl, how does your garden grow? How are you, my girl? Thank you for stopping by. Before I move on to the next topic, I want to get your thoughts on this, Rogue C. Shame of being single with no kids. What do you think about that? Before I move on to the next topic, I want to give you an opportunity to come up here and speak your piece on that. I know because I know you have kids of your own, well, a child, I should say, far I know. So do you think about people, the women and the men out there who are your age, maybe a little older, who don't have kids? Do you buy into this bullshit that there's something wrong with a man specifically for being over 30 with no kids, or am I just missing something here? Because I don't see the point in having kids just so I can please society. I don't see the point in having kids just so I can elevate myself to, adulthood. To me, that makes no sense. When you have kids, you better be ready for the responsibility. I know people who had their kids young, between 18 and 25. My best friend, like I said, my homeboy I've known since high school had his daughter, his now 23-year-old daughter, when he was only 18. Yeah, had the child when she was 18 years old. Do you think that's a proper time? Well, I always say have your kids when you're young. Don't wait till you're old, set in your ways and trying to start a family for the first time. But at the same time, I don't condone popping out babies that damn young, nor do I condone popping out kids just so you can say you have kids. That's not fair to you, to y'all or the children. Just saying. But let me know what y'all think about that in the comments below. Before I move on to the next topic, I want to get other people a chance to come up and speak their piece on this. Yes. The link has been pinned. Earlier, my internet was acting weird, so I had to restart the whole stream and had to start the whole stream all over again. Don't you just hate when that shit happens? But yeah, please let me know that y'all can hear me out there. But let me know what you. All right. All right. I gotta take care of something real quick, but I'll be back in a flash. Okay, sit tight. I'll be right
back. Yeah. Halloween night, fall thick, bass loud. We riding through forks looking too proud. Then something glitters by the trash can light. Oh no, it's Edward Cullen. Yeah, that wanna be Sparkle Vampire from Twilight. He leaning on a Prius with blood on his chin. Said, don't judge, bro, I just gave in. There's some dude blood, alcohol level off the chart, and smelling like gin. Now the weird Sparkle lady is drunk off plasma, an original sin. Eyes crossing like red neon signs, glitter drip mixing with box wine lines. Tried to floss his fangs, dropped the thread, Mumble Bella left me, then bit his own leg. Halloween in Twilight, sparkle off cute, bitter drunk fool, now we lit like me. Bella dressed like a slutty nurse, he got jealous, lost his chill, now the undead got a hangover feel. He said she walked in, short skirt, white lace. I blacked out halfway through her face, tried to sip sober but the flavor lied. That 180 proof vein caught my pride, now I'm buzzed, immortal, and talking in tongues. I can feel my liver, but I ain't got one. Tried to fly, hit a Walgreens sign, because I can only run fast. Landed in Candy, stole my line and everybody laughed. Halloween in Twilight, tragic and loud. Edward fell off in front of a crowd. Bella Billy in threads, world gone dim. Bella Billy in threads, world gone dim. And he's still sparkling drunk again. Happens every Halloween, I think she does it just to make him jealous. She's more Latino chica than a Pacific Northwest albino. On every Halloween night, like she an albino Latino chica that do whatever to make her man jealous. And it works. He in the street yelling team me forever, sipping on blood like it's rosé clever. Tried to flirt with witches, voice all slurred. Called her mummy baby, mixed up words. He said real vampires recycle pain, then trip face first through a window pane. Police rolled by and didn't even stop. They thought he was glitter from a TikTok drop. He staggered past the DJ booth, ordered 2 shots of typo, positive truth. That's his favorite flavor and he loves the saver bar keep said, bro, that's plasma not proof. He said, run it me, then he hit the roof. We watching sparkle like fireworks fade. Each hiccup sounded like first grade. Over a century old and still no self-control. The world's most popular immortal on parole, and it's all because of jealous love. Halloween and twilight, moonlight spin. Edward still drunk and won't let the night in. Bella now wearing less than before, just turned 18. Hard on sleeve. Eddie bit the wrong neck, now we can't leave. Now it's 4 a.m. He's still on tilt, little puddle where guilt got spilled. Talking about how true love can expire. Watch you a nice from a funeral fire. That's an undead. Said if he created, he said tell Bella I'd die again. We said you can't, bro, that's the trend. He cried one tear and it was straight Cabernet. Then moonwalked his way into Judgment Day. New eyes, moon high, air feeling like falling fame. And we're talking about needing help, but forgot his own name. Said he go vegan, start fresh. But then his phone buzzed loud. Bella on Instagram posting her flesh. He roared loud my destiny and dropped his vape. Smashed the child's pumpkin, didn't say sorry, then blamed the shape. He back in motion, full relapse glow. Ripped the head off a scarecrow just for show. Tried
Okay, I'm back. Sorry that took so long, but then again, it didn't take that long, honestly. But I'm back at it again. But anyways, no one gave their thoughts on what they thought about that first one. So I guess right now would be a good time to move on to my next topic of discussion. But if anyone got anything to say on it, feel free to speak your piece. Anyone got any thoughts on this? The shame of being single with no kids? Either come on a panel or speak your piece in the comments section. I know Drip spoke his piece early. He said, hell no. I guess from a guy, because he doesn't have kids of his own. Shout out to Drip of the Drip Nation. Yeah. When I tried to do this show earlier, I know he doesn't have kids of his own, so he can understand that. Makes sense to me, but let me know what y'all think about that. But let me know what y'all think about that, okay? All right, let's move on to my next one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have another video. It's fun. All right. Yeah, okay, y'all can see it. All right. Shout out to Coded Mind. He says, psychology of men who don't marry on time. Okay. I thought this was an interesting one as well. And anybody back there, you can feel free to chime in on this if you want to. The choice is yours, as always. Damn, why it looks like this? Oh, wait, because I didn't put it in full screen. Okay. All right, let's see what this person has to say about the psychology of men who don't marry on time. Okay, fair use.
For generations, the life script was clear. Graduate, get a job, get married, have kids.
Yep, as it's supposed to be, I suppose.
But a growing number of men are
It said we're single and not searching. Okay.
stepping off this conveyor belt, remaining unmarried well into their 30s, 40s, and beyond.
Wow.
Society often labels them as commitment phobic, Peter Pans, or too picky.
In other words, you just don't want to grow your ass the fuck up. Or sometimes what I would hear is you don't want to get married because you don't want to do right by the Almighty High. God says get married. God says start a family. I'm all for doing right by the Almighty High, but you're not going to do God any justice getting married for all the wrong damn reasons. Why should I get married again? Like we discussed in the last video, why should people get married and have kids just to elevate their lives or cross their threshold into adulthood? If that's your reason for getting married and having kids, you need to stay single so you can figure your shit out. Because that is not a good reason. You start taking personal feelings out of it and focus more on societal and religious obligations, that could be a problem. Yes, those play a part in it, but when you start taking your own feelings out of it, it becomes very disingenuous. Like, think about that, ladies. How would you like it if a man only married you just because of religious obligations? How would you like it if a man only married you because he just didn't want to be single anymore, or this is what God says he has to do so he can avoid the possibility of going to hell? You will feel like he has no genuine feelings for you. He's doing it mainly out of obligations. And that's probably why we spent decades taking those obligations out of marriages and making more of a choice, if anything. Because too many obligations can make the marriage seem disingenuous. Just saying, but fair use.
But what if we're getting the story completely wrong? Welcome. Today, we're not here to judge. We're here to understand. Let's delve into the real psychology of men who don't
Bachelors.
marry on time. The first and most powerful factor is the fundamental shift in motivation. We call this the threshold man.
Really?
In the past, marriage was often a practical necessity for financial stability, social standing, or starting a family.
Yeah, those three things: financial stability, social standing, and to start a family. Those were the main reasons people got married back in the day. And I guess that's why it was pushed so much.
Today, for many men, marriage is no longer a necessity. It's a choice.
And one of the reasons why it's no longer a necessity is because of the sexual liberation movement. That movement granted women the freedom to be sexually liberated, or in other words, have a sexual relationship with a man or men if they choose to do so without contemplating marriage. So you can and because of that, sex no longer holds the value that it once had, nor does marriage feel like the obligation it once felt like 50, 60 years ago. Just think about that. If I can have sex with a woman without even contemplating the idea of marriage, why would I pass that up? And plus, we might not be compatible relationship-wise or marriage-wise. Like I said earlier, not only should some people not have kids, but some people don't need to be married. Marriage is not for everybody. Bottom line, point blank and simple. But let's continue. Fair use.
And not just any choice, it's the ultimate premium choice. These men aren't against marriage. They are for an exceptional marriage. They have a high internal threshold.
I love you so much. I'm sorry I don't love you.
They aren't looking for a wife. They are looking for the partner.
Yeah, the one. Not just anyone, but the one. But let's continue. Fair use.
Someone who is a true intellectual, emotional, and adventurous equal. They would rather be single than settle for a relationship that feels mediocre or doesn't add profound value to their already fulfilling lives.
Absolutely. And isn't that something women talk about? Not settling. The only difference is they don't want to settle for what they dub as, mediocre. When a man can have it all together, have it all figured out. But when they see a dusty bum that ain't got shit figured out, they'll give his ass a time of day and access to that cooch. That's kind of where we have the problem. So it ain't always about dating down below you. It's about dating someone that's on your level and wants the same thing that you want. And that's to grow old, that's to grow together and possibly grow old together to death do you part. That's what it's truly about. But let's continue. Fair use.
This isn't a fear of commitment. It's a commitment to a specific, high standard vision of partnership. Secondly, let's talk cold hard economics. Many men are operating on a risk assessment model they've inherited from previous generations. They see divorce statistics. They are acutely aware of the potential financial and emotional fallout of a marriage that doesn't work out.
Absolutely. When men get divorced, they got to pay alimony and maybe some child support. Yep. We've assessed these risks for the last couple of decades, and it's like this current generation is just not doing it. After seeing the shit that they parents and grandparents had to go through, they're like, nah, I don't want to go through that. But hey, I guess being married to somebody is a lot better than you being single, childless, and having to chase sexual thrills for the rest of your life. But then again, we all know that just because somebody is married, that doesn't take away from the fact that they can possibly commit infidelity. I mean, you hear stories about married couples having affairs and having side pieces all the time. Men cheating on their wives, women cheating on their husbands. So we all know having a spouse at home is not going to guarantee you're not going to want to go out there and seek thrills. But it does. But for those of us who want marriage for all the right reasons, There is no incentive for us to go out there and just pursue the opposite sex once we're locked in with somebody. And we have to assess that risk. What if I get cheated on? What if she divorces me and takes half my shit? Possibly. May not be all the time, but it can possibly happen. So yeah, we have to assess the risks that come with it based on what we learned from the past and what's currently going on now. All right, fair use.
In an era where a divorce can be financially catastrophic, especially for the higher earner, caution is a rational response. This isn't necessarily cynicism, it's often a desire for absolute certainty before making what they perceive as the highest stakes decision of their life. They are trying to de-risk their future, waiting until they are 100% sure, a feeling that, ironically, may never come. Our third point is about the timeline of life itself. Modern male adulthood has expanded. A century ago, a man was itself, ironically,
modern man adulthood has expanded. Please explain that.
May never come. Our third point is about the timeline of life itself. Modern male adulthood has expanded. A century ago, a man was often a finished product by 25.
Yeah, that was way back in the day, ancient timeline. By 10, own land. By 15, own land stock. By 20, have a trade. And by 25, married. Now, that seems too goddamn young, but hey, I always say you have to start certain careers off a certain interest young. I think 10 is maybe too young. I don't know. But it's important to start them off young. But I think back in those days, and sometimes depending on what part of the world you live in, these are imperative things to have as you ascend into adulthood. It may start the age you started may vary from culture to culture or country to country, but it's essential to start this stuff off young. That's the ancients. So you're a complete product ready for marriage by age 25, which I think is the appropriate age to get married anyway, in my humble opinion, but to each their own. So you're just supposed to be considered a complete person by the time you're 25 years old. That's essentially what this is saying. But let's continue. Fair use.
Today, a man at 25 might just be starting his career, exploring the world, paying off student debt, and figuring out who he is.
Yep, that's another good point. The modern timeline as follows. 25, graduate. Well, I graduated at 26, but hey. 25, graduate. 27, employed. 30, save money. 35, get married. Well, it's not unheard of for people to want to get married later in this modern time. For the past 40 years or so, or maybe longer than that, people have been waiting later in life to get married. Now, there are some people out here still getting married at, I don't know, 21, between ages of 18 and 25 years old. But for the most part, in modern times, for as long as we can remember, people have been getting married way later. But I still say 25 is the best time to be married. Because by that point, you're probably mentally developed and already kind of have a sense of who you are and what you want out of life. But this is the modern timeline now. People are not getting married until they're I'm going to say 35, damn near 40 something years old. And this is probably why, because they're still trying to figure their lives out as they enter their 30s. I can't say that's a bad thing, but people are going to be overly critical and think, wow, you 30, wow, you 29, 28, 27 years old and still trying to figure shit out. Back in the day, we had our lives figured out by the time we were 25, but now people are taking, it's taking people way longer. They're damn near 35. To have shit figured out. We're taking almost twice that amount of time to have shit figured out. By the time we graduated high school, back in the day, we had our lives kind of figured out. But now people twice that amount of time to figure shit out. So that's nothing uncommon, just saying, but fair use.
He's focused on building his identity, his portfolio, and his experiences.
And they also say that we don't reach financial stride until we're in our 30s. I'm not sure how true that is, but I can vouch for myself because I didn't have a retirement plan. I was damn near 30 years old myself. Now I got plenty of money. Say that wasn't the case for me when I was 19 or 20. How many people do you know have a retirement savings fund or whatever, a retirement plan at 29? I mean, at 19 or 18. At that age, we still trying to figure shit out. So of course they have to expand the old manhood development state. It shouldn't just end. You shouldn't be developed by the time you're 25 years old. Instead, expand it first like 35. So just saying, fair use, because people are still trying to figure shit out between ages 25 and 35. Fair use.
Marriage in this context can feel like a closing of doors rather than an opening. He may worry that marrying will mean giving up his personal missions, his freedom to travel, or his ability to take career risks.
Not to mention whatever obligations he hasn't completely fulfilled while still being single, such as paying off whatever student loan debt he may owe or whatever he got going on. Just saying, fair use.
He's not avoiding responsibility. He's fulfilling the responsibility he feels to his own potential first.
In other words, putting himself first.
Let's talk about roles. What does it mean to be a good husband today? The template is gone. In the past, the role was clearer: provider, protector, father. Today, it's a complex, often confusing mix of
Damn, look at all these things. The role of a husband today for the last 20
emotional confidant,
the role of a husband today,
equal.
This is what it is: spiritual anchor, teammate, protector, loving, emotional support, provider, respectful partner, faithful, trustworthiness. All equate to being a good husband. It ain't just about being a builder, provider, and a protector. You gotta be all the other extra shit too. I can't say that's a bad thing. I'm not going to say that that's exactly a bad thing, but maybe there is some good to this. But I'm just saying now it comes with more. You have to be more than just a builder, provider, and a protector. Now you got to be all these other things too. But fair use.
Co-parent, domestic partner, and career supporter. There is no single clear model for success.
It really isn't. There is no clear step-by-step, model for it.
This ambiguity can be paralyzing. A man might think, am I ready to be all of that? Without a clear path, the pressure to perform a role perfectly can lead to procrastination. He delays until he feels he has perfectly figured out this new complex identity.
And even then, a lot of people don't have that shit figured out, just saying.
Which, of course, he can't do outside of an actual marriage. Finally, and this is crucial, we must reframe this not as a failure to launch, but as a conscious life choice. For some men, the traditional milestones of marriage and children are not the primary sources of meaning they are made out to be. Their fulfillment comes from their work, their creative pursuits, their friendships, their communities, or their freedom to contribute to the world in their own unique way.
Right.
Choosing not to marry is as valid a life path as choosing to marry. It represents a diversification of life scripts and an acknowledgement that there is no one-size-fits-all formula for a happy. So, the psychology of the man who doesn't marry on time is not a simple pathology. It's a complex interplay of raising the bar from necessity to an ideal partnership, a rational calculation of modern risks, an extended journey of self-discovery, navigating the ambiguity of modern male roles, and, for some, a conscious choice for a different kind of life. Understanding this isn't about making excuses. It's about replacing judgment with empathy. It's about seeing these men not as broken or afraid, but as individuals navigating a complex world, making deliberate choices about their own happiness and purpose.
Now, I understand that some people can kind of work around these inconveniences, but come on, we can't put that on everybody. Just because some people got married at 21, 22 years old, that doesn't necessarily mean that everybody can do it. Yeah, he got married my cousin got married at age 23. Does that mean I'm going to tell every 23-year-old man and woman in this day and age to get married like she did? No. Maybe they had stuff figured out. Who knows my little cousin's situation? Everybody's situation differs, and they're going to explore the world together. And for the record, I don't think marriage should be like a closed door for other opportunities. You can explore the world and do all the other stuff, but you can do it with your wife. I mean, you can't move the same way you did, but you can still go out here and do this and do some of the things you've always wanted to do. Only now you got your wife in tow with you. And plus, it takes the pressure off of you to try to go out there and interact with the opposite sex because you need a female companion when you got one right there, possibly for life. Just saying. Fair use.
The clock they're listening to isn't the biological or social one.
Yeah, that's for women with the biological clock. Yeah.
It's their own internal clock, and they are waiting for it to tell them it's time. What are your thoughts? Is this a fair representation, or is there another side to the story? Share your perspective in the comments below. Let's have a respectful.
All right, well, that's the video. But what y'all thought about that? The psychology of why men don't marry. What did y'all think about that? Let me know what you thought about that in the comments below. Yeah, this is an interesting show, to say the least. Anybody got anything to say on what I have to talk about so far? As I mentioned earlier, having kids is not for everybody, and by the same token, getting married is probably not for everybody. It's not our place to just shame people, to shame people just because they refuse to do these things. What is getting married always at your climax. Quality's been better than high, max. Glad you could stop by, my lady. Glad you could stop by. For those guys that's just coming in, at first I was talking about the shame of being single and childless. Now we just broke down the psychology of why men don't want to get married. I'm open to hearing anybody's thoughts on this. But Zyrus, what do you think about the shame of being single? I know you have kids of your own, but maybe you know some people who don't already have kids. What's your take on it? Tell me in the comments or come on the panel. Your choice. And by the way, did Cammie even go live today? I got her notification saying she was going live in a couple of minutes, but I waited and waited. Nothing happened. He said, you think that's what's happening? Do I think what's happening exactly? Oh, about men being shamed for not having kids. I hear about it a lot. You said no, she didn't. Okay, that's what I thought. Maybe she rescheduled it. I was having internet connections earlier, so I had to reschedule my live at a later time. So who knows what it could have been? I'd be having the same issues. So who am I to judge really anybody? Well, not so much shaming them for not getting married. I'm talking about shaming them for not having kids. But then again, we can also add that into there as well, so they kind of go hand in hand. Earlier, I talked about the psychology of why men don't want to get married. To kind of tie into that, why they don't want to have kids. I mean, we hear all these stories of women raising kids by themselves as single parents, and men having a co-parent and help them raise their kids or whatever. So we know what comes with trying to have kids and raise them by yourself. So who are we to shame somebody for refusing to put themselves in that kind of messed up ass position? Just saying. But I'm open to hearing other things about this. Okay, I gotta take a look at something real quick. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Give me a minute. Okay, Zyrats, take your time. Take your time. And for those of y'all that are just coming in, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, because it's just what the doctor prescribed. Yes, make sure you do that for me. Hold on a second, I'll be right back.
Of his fanged out life. Step to the DJ and said, play my theme. Then fainted mid-dream like a Halloween meme. Crowd chanting weird sparkletti. And the irony thick. Bella live streaming her twerking, playing the trick. He twirls once with the cape all torn and whispers immortality's overdrawn. Lights cut low, heartbeat drum. We just laugh and let him hum. Sun creeping up, he's still humming songs. Sparkles dim, but the meme lives long. Moral of the night, my friend, don't bite drunk or the party ends. Wild Dirty Sanchez, Halloween blend. Twilight's gone, viral again.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back at it again. But yeah, I'm always open to hearing other people's thoughts and opinions on this whole thing. All right, give me a minute now. I'm going to jump into my primary talking point for today. Hold on, let me go find it. Damn it, this stuff takes a while. Yeesh, trying to keep up with all this stuff. It's a real pain in my ass, but I can find it. All right, folks, give me a second. Cyrus said, I'm a bit choppy. Well, can you hear me now? Am I coming through clear to everybody? Put a 1 if you can hear me. Put a 2 if I'm choppy. If I'm getting borgy or choppy. Okay. Well, here's another video I want to react to before I get into my main topic talking point. Shout out to Cold Minded once again. I'm reacting to another one of his videos. This one says, all men should watch this video for the sake of your sanity. Damn, it's my first time seeing it, so I wonder what he has to say. All right, let's get into this one. Fair use.
Painful. You do everything for a woman. You sacrifice. You can suddenly, the moment she meets someone who looks like a better option, she leaves.
Hypergamy.
It feels like she forgot everything you ever did for her in an instant. But is this simply cruelty? Or is there a deeper psychological reason behind why some women act this way?
I wish I knew.
Let's break it down, step by step.
Wait, please don't leave me. Think about everything I've done for you. I trained you in school. I paid your...
Psychologists use the term hypergamy.
Yep, hypergamy. It means she finds something better, she goes. If she finds a man that's better than the man she's currently dealing with, she goes right to him.
The tendency to seek a partner with higher status, more resources, or greater stability.
Now, my question is this just the way most females operate? Or is it just a way that some women operate? I can't imagine no woman leaving her husband or boyfriend for what she claims is a better option if the man's doing everything right. Oh, shout out to, welcome back, cynical one. So this whole hypergamy thing, is this really female nature, or just a dark side of some aspect of their nature? Like some women act like this. Maybe some females will monkey branch from one man to another depending on their status and their wealth. So I never understood that myself. Is this just how some women behave naturally, or is this just how some women behave? But let me know what you think in the comments. Fair use.
For some women, Relationships are not just about romance. They are also about security and future prospects.
Well, financial security does come with the territory, just saying.
So when a better man appears, maybe more successful, more stable, or more aligned with her long-term goals, she may see it as an upgrade. From her perspective, she isn't betraying the past. She's securing the future.
She's not betraying the past. She's just securing the future. Okay, Zyra says she'll address my question when she come up. Okay. Fair enough. Take your time, Zyra. Take your time. She's not betraying the past. She's securing her future. I don't understand that. I don't know. Because ain't no woman just supposed to forget your past.
Bullshit.
I don't understand betraying the past, meaning she's not going to just forget everything you did for her in the past, or just act like it never happened. I can't imagine no female doing that. She's securing the future. So I guess she wants a bet. I mean, so now I can understand the man that you're dealing with just a dusty bum. That's why you got to figure that shit out before you get with them. Same thing with us men. Figure out what kind of female we're dealing with before we decide to commit to them. But the man's doing everything right, and then something better come along. Sure, he may have wealth and status more so than the current guy, but is he committed to you? Or is he really going to take you seriously in the long run? Because I hear too many stories of women who think they can do better than the man that they got. They get the man that they think is better, but he turned out to be a total sleazeball despite his wealth and status. Then she come to realize that the man she originally had before was a better option. So that's something I never got about this whole fucked up ass monkey branch and hypergamy bullshit. Why would you jump from one man to another, knowing that the man that you're going at, this new man, is probably less than the last man based on character and based on common decency? You don't know that. After all, money doesn't make the man. Money shouldn't define whether or not the man's going to be a good catch for you. Financial security is good to have, but it shouldn't be the basis of whether or not you got to make a relationship last. Just saying. Period.
The ex, however, it feels like betrayal. So
probably
why does
is.
she seem to forget all the good you did? Because at that point, her mind is focused on the future, not the past.
With this new man.
Gratitude often takes a back seat to opportunity. She may not literally forget, but she chooses not to dwell on it.
In other words, moving on.
Because it makes leaving harder. Much of the good, guilt sets in. So she mentally minimizes the past.
As it should.
And magnifies the promise of the new relationship.
Minimize the past and magnifies the good of the new relationship. That's some deep shit right there. That right there is some deep shit. Okay, Zyra says, Seneca, I'm doing good. If my gremlins are healthy and happy, then all is well. Happy to hear you're doing great. Why must you call them gremlins? I mean, over here we call our kids runts. We call them little rascals, but gremlins? That's a bit much, Cyrax. As long as they ain't tearing up shit in the household, what are you complaining about, my lady? Just asking, but fair use.
Here's another tough truth many men don't realize. Whenever a man makes sacrifices for a woman, especially one he is intimate with, some women believe that they've already paid him back with sex. In her mind, she thinks,
take that as a sign of payback. Like, yeah, I'm doing this for you. I'm doing that for you. Can I get access to that cooch? Want access to this dick? They thought that's payment enough, but for an intimate relationship, no, you got to do more than that. You got to reciprocate more than that. Because if a man is of high status and high value, he can find 1,000 women to give him access to give him access to that for JJ. But not every woman's going to give him access to their mind, heart, and soul. So I'm not going to say sex is the ultimate payback for him doing all these good things. No, it isn't. A man can smash 1,000 females and not feel any kind of obligations to stay with her. So that's not the ultimate payback for doing nice things for somebody. It's good to have it, but it's not the ultimate payback. And I've also was told that if a man sacrificed everything for a woman, she will sacrifice him for everything. You see it in history a lot, but fair use.
this mindset explains why, when the relationship ends, she may feel no sense of debt. She's
because she feel like giving you her body is debt, is debt paid in and of itself.
As the balance of the exchange.
In other words, you know enough, I guess.
The emotional support, the gifts, the sacrifices, she considers them settled because she gave her body. So when an opportunity for a better man comes along, she feels free to leave without guilt, because in her mind, the debt is already paid. But this is where the difference between self-interest and loyalty shows up.
Yeah, the debt is paid with sex if you're into prostitution and all that kind of shit. But in an intimate relationship, there, not so much. Just saying.
A woman of loyalty doesn't measure love in transactions.
No, she doesn't.
She values the bond, not just the always trade up when the chance arises. For the man left behind, this hurts deeply, because men often equate love with sacrifice.
I love you so much. I can't do without you.
You don't know how happy that makes me.
They measure their worth by what they've given: time, money, effort, protection. So when all of that feels erased in one move, the pain is intense. But here's the lesson all men must take.
Okay.
Never commit or spend more than.
Yep, absolutely. Don't afford to spend more than you can afford.
Beyond your limits, believing she will never forget. You set yourself up for heartbreak.
In other words, doing too much for women that never loved you in the first place.
Love her, yes. Give to her, yes. But always protect yourself emotionally and financially. Of course, not all women think this way.
Good to know.
There are loyal women who stand by their men even in struggle. But let's be honest, there are also many who will leave the moment too. This is not just a
fucking shit.
And the reality is, men do it too.
Yep, gotta call it on both sides.
This is not just a female thing. It's a human thing rooted in self-interest. So, do women really forget all the good once they meet a better man? The truth is, some don't forget. They just don't count. For men, the bottom line is simple. Don't overinvest in anyone whose loyalty you haven't tested, and don't give more than you can afford to lose. If you found this breakdown eye-opening, hit like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs this reality check.
It can be. Damn, well said. That was definitely well said. This is what happens when a man gives too much to a woman without the two being 100% committed to each other. She won't forget what you did, but she will move on. That's the difference between people moving on and people just forgetting. She won't forget it, but she'll move on. And yes, we men do the same thing too, more or less. If a man sees a woman that he finds more attractive than the woman he's currently dealing with, yeah, he'll go deal with her. Only difference is that as men, we are more visual and sexual. So if you got a better body than the chick I'm dealing with, then yeah, I might go to her. I'm not saying I would do that. I'm just saying that's what men, how they operate. They see a woman that's more sexually thrilling, they'll go for her. Now, what he does with her, that's all on him. Shit. That's entirely on him. Oh, shout out to you, Christine. Thank you for stopping by as well. So, yeah. Women are the masters of high manner. Women do. Women hop from man to man based on value, status, wealth, while men do it based on sexual gratification. Again, a man will go to a new woman if that new woman probably has more sex appeal. Now, if the man's dealing with some trash woman that's not doing much of anything for herself and has a high sex drive, and he gets another woman who not only has a high sex drive, but is more financially stable and is a better fit for a relationship, he might just go with her instead. I call that making a wise choice. A wise choice. Christine said, I always try to stop by, but I'm never around when you're live. It's okay, Christine. It's all right, Christine. It's all good in the hood. You're always welcome to these neck of the woods. Yeah. But yeah. That's just how that goes. Okay, before I get into the main topic, I got somebody in the back. Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, shout out goes to the lovely Asian who needs no saving, coming in with dragon fire blazing. It's Cyrax, always at her climax. Best believe she's better than any climax.
How you doing, Janelle?
How you doing, my lady? How are you doing? Well,
I'm doing all right.
how are you doing, my lady? Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you. I always try to make it, when you go live. So I'm glad I'm
Yeah, and
here.
shout out to my girl Cam. I don't know what happened to her, but hope she gets her life straight. Man, I was acting a fool earlier, but hey, I'm still going.
I think she said something about like because she had just moved, and so she's trying to get everything set up and yeah, try to get it all situated.
I think she mentioned that on Discord, but I didn't read the whole thing. Okay. I didn't read the whole paragraph, but I think she mentioned that on Discord.
You know how
But anyway,
Cam is. Yeah, yeah. She's
yeah.
sometimes like I love that girl. She's so funny and just when I look at myself, like when I think back when I was like her age, just it's like boy, I wish I was born like like around the same same year as her, because like back in
For
our days
yourself. Yeah. Speak for
we had to
yourself.
work, what I'm saying? We had to work and stuff like that. We could, we didn't have the luxury, to like have fun and talk to people online and stuff like that. Oh.
Like I said, speak for yourself because I'm glad to be a millennial. I'm a proud millennial born in 1984. No internet, no cell phones. We have to get off our asses and go meet people concretely. Give me that era any day of the week over this digital shit. But each their own, I guess.
Okay.
Yes. Or at the very least, let's go back to 20 years ago where I'm going to say, YouTube been around for over 20 years now. But go back to a time where we had YouTube, but we used it way more sparingly. We weren't having live stream, but we were putting videos up there just for posterity purposes, but still meet people concretely. Give me that era any day of the week. The early mid-2000s going down to 2010s, maybe.
Well, like, see, if only we knew that YouTube was gonna go down this go down this path, right? I mean, I think we would have we would have all been like big content creators. I of course like when YouTube first came out, it was only people were only putting videos and stuff on YouTube for storage purposes. Just to store their videos and and I think even photos.
Yeah, they did.
I don't know. Okay, yeah, yeah, and so and back then it's like if you did content on something, like nobody was um like nobody could copy you. People were they were how do you say gatekeeping. Gatekeeping was really really like it was horrible when it first started, which is understandable. But like now like you have plenty of people do reviews, the same reviews. You know, um, people having the same kind of conversation, and it's all okay. But then like back when
Yeah.
again, if we were in our 20s and when YouTube came out, I don't think that would have been
When
possible.
YouTube first started, people were doing reviews on movies, TV shows that are like at least a decade or so old. That's how I got into YouTube. I was trying to find an old TV show from the 1980s, and then what do you know, YouTube popped up, and I found the TV show. That's when I got into I'm like, YouTube has almost everything. This is back in 2006, by the way, when it was still kind of new to everybody, but you get the point. I discovered it, I'm gonna say a year after it came out. It's been around since 2005. That's 20 years ago. So happy 20th anniversary, YouTube.
That's crazy. 'Cause I remember like around 2000. I would say I discovered YouTube until like 2000, maybe 2010, and it was strictly just like little tutorials. From I remember like it was like I was into like makeup tutorials. And
Oh yeah,
yeah,
those.
there was like only a few, yeah, only a few, content creators doing tutorials and stuff. And then next, yeah, the floodgate opened, and oh, it was crazy.
And I think over time they just have to monetize their content.
Hmm.
And I think back then YouTube didn't have the same restrictions that they've been having for the last, I don't know, decade or so. It got way stricter over the last.
I'm glad that it did, because I remember when people were starting to make money off YouTube, because back then it was just um like you have to be like you have to, if you, what is it, like affiliate like links and stuff, and that's how they made money, is by getting sponsorships and stuff, not specifically YouTube. And so that's what people were like fighting over, sponsorships, people doing fake reviews for money and stuff like that. And so, but then like YouTube started to pay people, because of ads and stuff. And so I think that's when like everybody just, they just bask in that, that money.
Yeah, ain't that something? But yeah, I kind of miss the old days of YouTube. This new stuff is okay, but we feel so disconnected now. I think social media as a whole has made us disconnected. It ain't like it was 20 years ago. We have to use this stuff way more sparingly and still, meet people concretely. I mean, we use it to meet people concretely. Now it's just all about clout chasing.
Yeah. People would like do pranks just to, to get attention and stuff. I mean,
As far as all them pranks are concerned, well, let's be honest, that ain't nothing new. Ever since we were kids, we used to pull pranks on. Well, I never did this, but I know maybe you knew some people that did pulling pranks just for shits and, but we did it for shits and giggles. But these folks now, they do it just for clout chasing. We did it out of boredom. They did it just to get famous.
yeah, because with fame comes, opportunity. And so that's why they would do the most outlandish, things just to get attention. Back then you had to have like some kind of skill to get some kind of attention, right? But then nowadays, no, you just have to say the most like horrible stuff, do the most horrible things, and you get attention, and then next, like you see these people get opportunities. It's like, oh my God, so like backwards. But hey, like in a capitalist like society, like it is what it is. You just have to accept that.
Well, I've been accepted that. I don't like it, but I've been accepted it. I mean, you do what you want. It's your life, but don't go blaming other people if something go horribly wrong.
Exactly.
But all these
It's like if people want to give attention to them, that's on them. Just don't give your attention away to something that you don't like.
yeah, all these little YouTube pranks they got out here now, they like the kick the Dorian challenge or the drink the most water challenge. Okay, whatever happened to the good old days of whatever happened to playing ding dong ditch? Whatever happened to that prank where you take a bag, fill it with shit, and then light it and put it on somebody's doorstep? What happened to those pranks? That's how we did it back in the day. Or egging somebody's house just for the fun of it on Halloween night. Whatever happened to those days? I guess we started this chicks millennials like us, yeah.
I guess it just, I guess it just all depends, because like our kind of pranks, we think if like I'm sure we think highly of our pranks, and then the next generation, I'm sure they think their pranks are better. And I think that's how progression should be. Like you're the younger generation is supposed to be doing stuff better than you. They're supposed to they're not supposed to go down. They're supposed to go up. So and
Yeah, exactly. Times have changed. But I don't know if you was here earlier, but I was talking about this right here. The shame of being single with no kid. What's your take on that? Shaming men because they're over 30 and don't have children.
see, I don't see, this is like, to me, it's new. It's new to me. The whole like shaming men, and it's why I'm in this like manosphere space, because I was curious. because a lot of times, women are the one that's getting shamed, and sometimes, rightfully so, because of course you always want to shame to prevent, repeating of said like bad behaviors, right? And so, you know, for men to say that they're being shamed for single and childless, it's like it's just I don't know. It doesn't connect, with me because men usually aren't ashamed for that. Because for the most part, like if you if you see a guy that's single and doesn't have kids, that's actually like a good thing on a guy. But then women are the one that's usually being shamed. If you are, I mean, um what you call it, like nicknames for 'em, like old maid, for someone that's you know what I'm saying? Like, so,
Oh yeah.
women get shamed for not getting married and not having kids by like a certain age. Like my parents shamed me. I was the last of my family to, well, not last, but one of the last, second to last to have my own family. And you know, my parents shamed me, and it's like I decided to put my life on hold to take care of you guys, and then yet you're gonna
Uh-huh.
shame me. Oh, how come I'm not getting
Yeah,
married
I
and stuff
think
like
that's
that. So it's like I don't.
well, I think that's the thing. Sometimes,
Go ahead, it's your
yeah,
story.
I think sometimes it depends on the culture. You say you're from Asian descent. Well, from what I understand, out there in Asia, I covered this on the previous slide that you and I talked about. I come to find out that in Asian cultures, if you're over a certain age, if you're a female, you're over 30 with no kids and single, they consider you what's called a leftover
Mm-hmm.
woman, meaning it's basically our way of saying you from the wall here out here in America. That's basically what that means. You're not desirable no more. You wasted your youth doing whatever the fuck, and now you're at the age where your value has gone down. You're not a hot commodity you were when you were like 10 plus years younger. So maybe culture plays a part. Here in America, we are way more forgiving, but I think other cultures they take that shit way too seriously. I did a whole scene. I mean, shout out to my Asian brothers and sisters out there. This is no shades to y'all, but the way y'all do things is far fetched coming from an American's perspective. Just saying.
That's like one of the things that like first generation like Asian Americans, they're one of their biggest like obstacle is to try to balance American culture and their their um their culture. Some stuff that like we that America has granted us the rights to do, to um the whether it's freedom, the choice. But then, of course, back in like my parents, back in Asia, like no, you women, we don't get choice like that. Especially if you grow up like poor too, you don't get choice. You get like forced married, and forced arranged. It's I mean, it's why
Yeah,
like
I heard
what you call it's why I dated out because I understood all this like at a young age, and I was like, no, I'm not. I'm like, I'm an American. I'm not cool with this. Being yeah, I'm not cool. I'm not too happy with like, my culture. Not that I'm not proud of my culture because I am, but then it's just some of their rules, and man, it's just so archaic. It's like we're not, we're living in modern
yeah.
times, so people should uh, adapt. We are humans. We are adaptable, and I understand some people want to go back and live in the '60s and live in the traditional so-called traditional times, but like
I mean, that's what kept people together. We talk about we don't live in the 50s and 60s no more, but guess what? I mean, I can't say the 60s. Go back to the 70s and the 80s and 90s. No internet, no cell phone. We have to meet people concretely. I mean, every generation had its struggles when it came to the dating market, but the struggles have only gotten worse. I mean, when you consider what's going on here in America, maybe America, the UK, and other Western societies, maybe there's a method to the madness of the Asian societies. Everything from arranged weddings, shaming females being over 30 with no kid. Maybe there's a method to all of that. Because out here in America, we do whatever the fuck we want to do, as you can see. I mean, we live in a world where baby mama culture is pretty much the look at how society is going. Go ahead.
Yeah, my culture will not. Yeah, I definitely understand that because yeah, that's something that my culture does not will not put up like yeah, will not tolerate put up with whatever. Like, we don't have that in our culture. That's you know, like it usually for like for a couple to, you know, um like my culture the divorce rate is like, I say less than, less than 5%. Because like once you're married, like you're
5%.
married. Yeah, less than. I'm just being generous with the five, but less than five, yes.
Oh shit.
But but that does not, but like can I say that people are happy? Those couples are happy? No, not really. You know, because sometimes some, like I said, not all marriages are, of because of love. It's because yeah, like when you grow up in in tough times, you got to do what you got to do to to survive, right? And so that was the reality that like my parents grew up in. Now my parents they were you know somewhat like in yeah in love, I guess you could sort of say, but like I
Yeah,
think
take your time. Take your time.
I think with society, the more choices you have, the more chaos you're gonna have, and it just comes with again with
Yep.
any society. So the more freedom and more choices you have, the more options you have, then yeah, just um the more chaos yeah it's gonna bring.
Yeah.
So you know
I mean, I'm all for freedom of choice and the freedom to make your own decisions. But I do believe freedom should come with some restrictions and boundaries. 'Cause I think that's what's wrong with our Western society for the last decade plus. So the rules are the rules are barely in the rules are kind of non-existent. People just do whatever the hell they want to do. I mean, there was a time where females were shamed for being 30 and not having kids out here in America, but that's shifted over the last couple of decades. Now we men take on that same burden. I'm 41 with no kids. I don't get shamed for it, but I hear a lot of men talk about it, so it was kind of new to me. I don't get judged for being 41 and not having kids, but then again, you never can tell with some people. Like if I tell women I'm 41, I'm 30 plus years old with no kids, they may not directly say, "What's wrong with you, hustler? Why don't you treat me and look at me?" I may be able to tell more of a story. Again, look at how people treat you, and look at the energy they give off when they interact with you. That should tell the real story. So you never can
mhm,
tell with some people.
you are right, but then like of course the initial like when they first find like you're single and you don't have kids, it might like sort of be like a surprise or a shock, but afterwards I don't think there's much judgment as to like a woman, a woman that's again 40s and don't have kids, they automatically think she's oh she's selfish, she's she's this, she's that, something's wrong with her stuff. Not so much with men, you know and that's sort
Yeah.
of like what I try to like when I have these conversations in this space, like I try to bring this perspective of like it's not so much just like shaming one gender or the other gender. It's just that you know like life, we understand that life is hard and stuff. you know we should not try to judge people too much. But then again, it's like if you don't judge or shame people, then it's almost like saying that you are endorsing or you are promoting that, like whatever bad behavior that you think, because we all have different values, different
Yep.
principles. You may think, baby mama is okay, while the other person may think not. And so I think what we need to do first of all is to find out what, we need to upgrade on what outcomes do we want. Like what is the outcome? And then, work backwards. You know,
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. I mean, we all different. I mean, I don't condone single parent households, but I could. I think I'll be more acceptable for co-parenting. Like if you're dating someone and it don't work out, y'all have a kid together, co-parent for the sake of the child. Don't make them suffer because of y'all relationship didn't work out. But I still say have kids when you're at least when you're married to someone or at least engaged to somebody. Maybe it'll be way less chaotic then. But as I established earlier, marriage is not for everybody, and I guess childbearing is not for everybody either.
Yes, that's so sad.
There are some people that don't need parents. There are some people out here in this world that don't need to be parents. I hear story after story of people having their kids taken away from child protective services because they abuse their kids and stuff like that. And I see it mostly on women's part. Now, I see it on men's part too, but I see it mostly from women. You got some abusive ass men who abuse their kids, but I see it.
Yeah, like I would never, make excuses for, like for those women, because as you said, yeah, like, if you are, abusing, what you call it, yeah, if you are abusing kids, then yeah, you should have your kids taken, yeah, just taken away, period. But
Uh-huh.
but then it's like it's like child, as they say, it takes a village to raise, to raise a child, and so that should
Yep.
sort of give you, yeah, like an insight why, a lot of these women or mothers, aren't doing a good job, because yeah, like living in America, people think that America is like a great country, which like, yeah, it is. It gives you freedom, you can work and stuff, but everything has money in this country. Like everything costs so much, and yeah,
Yep.
it's just it's hard financially to raise a kid, which is why, yeah, you see people are having less and less kids and no kids, because they wouldn't want to bring up a child, if they feel like they can't, um, give them everything they want, you know. So that's why I don't ever,
Yeah.
judge.
And speaking of the money part, as I discussed earlier, why men are choosing not to get married. Sometimes I think finance may have something to do with it. I mean, we no longer live in a day and age where people are at their financial peak or mental peak by age 25. No time because some parts of the world people have to grow kind of fast. They learn certain things while they're little kids, and as they grow older, they become more developed and become in a peak age. People be 35, 40 years old still trying to figure shit out. So that does kind of play a part. Now, hold on, I got somebody in the back. I don't know this person, but so I got to put this up here. Ah, damn, where is it? Okay, hold on. Hurley Fan, is that you? Hurley Fan? I don't know what that was about, but okay. Is that right? You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I don't know what the hell that was about, but okay.
Do you know if it's a guy or like a girl?
I don't know. I didn't hear no voice. That's the thing.
Oh.
But yeah, I was looking at this video earlier. Hold on, let me go find it. This was talking about why people don't want to get married as much. Okay, I got it. Yeah, I critiqued it earlier, but now I want you to take a look at it before I get to the main topic. Okay, shout out to Cold Minded once again. It said the psychology of men who don't marry on time. You got noise in your background? Zyrex?
I don't. Yeah, I'm not so sure. I'll mute myself.
All right. Let me know what you think about this. Okay, let's.
The life script was clear: graduate, get a job, get married, have kids. But a growing number of men are stepping off this conveyor belt, remaining unmarried well into their 30s, 40s, and beyond. Society often labels them as commitment phobic, Peter Pans,
sounds
or
familiar.
too picky. But
does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, my ex-boyfriend was, you could sort of say was like that, which is why I left him.
Well, he was what was it, committophobe or just too picky? Which one was
Um, to me, I honestly think that I just wasn't like the right one for him, and he was just too, like he just didn't want to say it. I don't know why, but with him, I think he has more of the Peter Pan syndrome.
meaning he just doesn't want to grow up?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to be fair, people like that do exist, but that's not the case for everybody. I guess that ex-boyfriend of yours was a special case, but hey, you know what they say? One door closed, another one opens. Now you're with your current husband. Now you have two beautiful kids together, or three. How many you said?
3. Yeah, like my ex-boyfriend,
Okay,
like
okay.
I would never talk down on him, just because like he he has that. That doesn't mean that he has that, that's like it's a he's gonna have that like for the rest of his life or whatever. He was just like that when it came to me. I just wasn't the one for him. And so, you know, like say if he was to date a chick, and and the chick asked me, like for my opinion, would I say, oh, does he have the, would I tell him that, would I tell her that, I think he has like the Peter Pan syndrome or whatever? No, because we all interact and we all deal with, a person differently. And so, I was, the way I was towards him because of how he was towards me. Now, how he was towards me may not be the same as how he is towards like his, his new girlfriend or whatever. So yeah, like yeah, it's that's why it's a syndrome. It's not like a label where once you smack that label on them, it's on them forever. No, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, anybody can come out that mindset, but hey, it's up to them to do it.
Hmm.
All right, let's continue. Fair use.
What if we're getting the story completely wrong? Welcome. Today, we're not here to judge, we're here to understand. Let's delve into the real psychology of men who don't marry on time. The first and most powerful factor is a fundamental shift in motivation. We call this the threshold man. In the past, marriage was often a practical necessity for financial stability, social standing, or starting a family. Today, for many men, marriage is no longer a necessity. It's a choice. And not just any choice, it's the ultimate premium choice.
Yep. So nowadays, marriage is not the necessity it used to be. It's a personal choice, as it should be. Because as I said earlier, I don't think getting married for societal or religious obligations is the best way to go about that. When you take your feelings out of it, you're kind of devaluing marriage as a whole. I mean, how would you like it if your husband only married you just because not only are you beautiful, but he doesn't want to be single anymore. He doesn't want society to make fun of him and think he's immature, got Peter Pan syndrome or whatever the hell. So he'll take you as you are just to say he has a wife out of obligation, not because he cares about you and loves you. You wouldn't like that now, would you? I know I wouldn't.
Most definitely not. Yeah.
So yeah, it needs to be a choice. I mean, I know cultures do things differently, but here in America, we make choices to get married. There shouldn't be no obligation. Like you have to do it to assert yourself as a grown adult. Because that kind of undermines what marriage is supposed to mean.
Yeah, I think so too. But, because we don't live in survival, mode anymore. We live in America where, yeah, you have freedom, you have choice, where everybody, you can work and stuff, and so, you don't have to, plow the fields and stuff like that to, for food, and so, yeah, like, yeah, it's not a
I
necessity
mean,
anymore for society to to go to progress. I guess you could say.
yeah, I mean, to be fair, all that work in the cornfields what our ancestors did, like our ancestor did, kept them together. That's the only downside. That sense of togetherness kind of died down with. I mean, you work, I work, let's work together, but we don't want to do that much anymore. Now it's like, I'll build myself over here, you build yourself over there, and we'll meet at the top. It's like climbing a mountain. And you and your husband climbed the mountain together. Whatever y'all went through prior to the marriage, y'all climbed those mountains together. When you thought about giving up, guess what? You were right there by his side. So y'all climbed those mountains together and got to the top together. I think in this society nowadays, people want to climb their own side of the mountain and meet at the top. When they're older, they're bored, they're worn out, set in their ways. Now they want to think about getting married instead of thinking about that while they were still climbing the mountain, you know?
I hear you.
That's what I'm
I
thinking.
hear you.
Yeah. Better go through shit together instead of going through shit on your individual turns. Now, I get it that you can't be there for everything, but hey, at least try to help each other out. Because I've had women tell me that they've gone through some psychological trauma and dealing with a man was just not for them in that moment. Like they got some psychological issue they want to work out without a man present. Okay, that kind of makes sense because ain't no man gonna stick around while you try to, I don't know, rehabilitate yourself like that. But when the process is over, maybe then he's not gonna just forget all about you. If that makes any sense.
No, and it's fair. You know, we should not like people should not in a way trauma bond. You know, you
That's
should
a good
make
point.
sure.
Trauma bonding.
Yeah, it's not a good thing. What you want to bond over is like the same set of like values. You know, if you value like marriage and value family, value kids. That's what you want to bond over. You know, value love. You know, everlasting love.
Yep, makes sense to me. All right, let's continue. Fair use.
These men aren't against marriage. They are for an exceptional marriage. They have a high internal threshold.
Yeah, the one for them, not just anybody.
They aren't equal. They would rather be single than settle for a relationship that feels mediocre or doesn't add profound value to their already fulfilling lives. This isn't a fear of commitment. It's a commitment to a specific, high-standard vision of partnership. Secondly, let's talk cold, hard economics. Many men are operating on a risk assessment model they've inherited from previous generations. They see divorce statistics. They are acutely aware of the potential financial.
Yeah, if divorce were to happen, like you said in your home country, it's less than 5%. Even if I'm going to accept that, I can tell you here in America, it's like, I don't know, I'm gonna say about 10, 20 times that amount. I'm gonna say at least
Yes,
10 times that percentage over here in America.
yes.
Maybe higher than that, who knows? But that's just something we have to kind of think about. The possibility of being of being ruined financially if the marriage does not work out. The risk has gone up. But what you think?
Let me see. Well, the reason, one of the top reasons why there's a divorce to begin with is because of financial, um, instability, and so like, which like it's puzzling to me because it's like that's the reason why you guys divorce, and then when you process divorce, and then you're going into more debt, you're losing out more money, which is it's just it's of course it's not good. It's um but like government found a way to make money off of us, you know, by doing that. So like when it's the system, like there's not much you can do, um, except except fix the system by like voting in the right people and stuff, and make sure you bring up, um, make sure you have your again government, change some laws and stuff like that too, in order to like to help you. But then by the time if that ever gets done, like you'll be old. It's like, and so that's why people they just put up with it. And for the most part, that's what we all do. We just go through the motions, and
Wow. I don't know if I would condone just going.
I know I don't either. That's why like I'm for intentional. Like with your life, you should be intentional. even though we may have some securities and stuff like that, we should always go through life with intentions, with goals and stuff in mind, with values. You want to date with with intentions, and not just date and then just be with a chick because like you don't want to have to find a new chick and stuff, and then you end up getting married because if you don't get married, then she might be upset with you and stuff like that. And that's the problem. We don't really stand on what we believe in. If we feel like this person's not for us, like we should just cut it off and go find somebody who's really for us. But no, we linger on, we just date, continue to date, and next thing you know, 2 kids, 3 kids, and then you don't talk to, you no longer talk to one another, you become roommates, and then next thing you know, yeah, like one's cheating, and next thing you know, it's divorce, and so.
Okay, wow, that's a lot to take in. I heard that kind of stuff happen, and they become less husband and wife and more like roommates. I don't. That's the thing that scares me about marriages. I understand that as you get older, you're not going to be as, how should I put this, intimate with each other, especially when there's kids in the house. Like I'm pretty sure you and your husband don't, get out, get it in or smash every now and then with kids running around the house. But come on, that love, that spice doesn't have to die out because y'all are full-time parents now. The spice may have died down, but it doesn't have to just completely go away entirely to where y'all become, like you see, a living roommates. I mean, come on, you can still run up on a man and grab him by his groin or touch his ass, so he touches your ass or something like that. He touches your chest. Y'all can still do that with each other when the kids are not around, that is. They could be in their bedroom sleeping. Get a quickie every now and then. You know what I'm saying?
No, like I hear you, but then like life, life just life be happy, life be life in, as they say, and I think like a lot of times I feel like you know, it's not that they wanted to become like that. Um, I'm sure like every married couple that and like eventually ends up divorcing. I don't think that's what they want. That's what I was saying. Nobody wants no woman wants divorce. You know,
Nah.
I don't like I don't like this. Yeah, no, I don't like the talking point where like women, as soon as the man doesn't make her happy, she wants divorce right away. Like no woman no woman wants to start all over. Trust me, a woman does want to work it out, but sometimes they feel like working it out is just it takes too much effort, and they just don't have the bandwidth to deal with that, and so they would just rather like I don't waste your time, you don't waste my time, and and divorce.
Yeah. And I hate to see that happen too, because
Hmm.
I mean, I support marriages and I support miracles. Ain't no marriage, but never want to get married. I support everybody that feels differently and wants to get married and is currently married. As a matter of fact,
That's good.
I'd rather have some married folks on my channel. That way we can talk about it more in depth. You want to talk marriages? Let's start a show together. Let's talk about it. Because I got a married woman or married man. I don't care. Married woman, married man. I don't care. Let's talk about it. I can only say so much as a single person.
Yes, that's what I like. I think a lot of people say it's not so much. It's not the problem is not how to get married. The problem is how to stay married. And because
I don't know which is
yeah, I mean
on.
that's why we have these conversations.
I mean, trying to get someone is a challenge in of itself, but trying to keep that person, that's something different from what I'm noticing.
Well, yeah, it's the same thing as like um like say if you and like you and what you call a sibling, having to live together and stuff like that. I mean, anytime you have you have to not necessarily when you're responsible for just another human being. Yeah, it's just going to cause you stress because you have to worry about that person. It's the same concept. Except for the fact that of course, if it's your spouse and your kids, you are more attentive. You're more caring and stuff. You know, um, And so, like as time goes by, like you just have to make sure that that love, stays like strong and stuff because, ooh, life will test you. Life will definitely test your damn marriage.
Yeah, it can, but isn't that part of it? Isn't that what come with it?
Yeah, because no love is perfect.
Yeah, best to chase excellence and not perfection, especially when it comes to marriage. But let's hear what else he has to say. Fair use.
In an era where a divorce can be financially catastrophic, especially for the higher earner, caution is a rational response. With certainty before making what they perceive as the highest stakes decision of their life. They are trying to de-risk their future, waiting until they are 100% sure, a feeling that ironically may never come. Our third point is about the timeline of life itself.
All right, take a look at this one. This is what I was hinting at earlier.
Modern male adulthood has expanded. A century ago, a man was often a finished product by 25.
Yep, see, there you go. By 10, on land. By 15, on land stock. By 20, have a trade. By 25, you're married. That's how they did it back in the day. And I know some cultures are strong on that, teaching kids stuff as at a very, very, very young age. And then that way in the next decade or so, they're set for life. That's how it used to be back then. People are just evolving slower and slower as of lately. But go ahead. What you got to say on that?
I think as that like applies to like what do you call like nomadic like times. Well,
Nomad.
usually like yeah, because like ain't no 10-year-old is own land. That's just crazy. But then back in the days, of course, when there's plenty of land stuff, yeah, that was possible. No, like nobody is owned like livestock at 15, and that's what I'm saying. That's like that. That's that applies to like yeah, way back in the day when your lifespan is like 50. Now our lifespan is like up to 70, 80, even 90. You know.
Yeah. At 10 years old, I know the fuck livestock was at 10.
Exactly.
Yeah, but some cultures do that. They raise you from a young person. They set you up to be an adult by the time you're at least in your mid to late 20s. That's how it is. That's how it was back then. But let's continue to see what they got to say. Fair use.
Today, a man at 25 might just be starting his career, exploring the world, paying off student debt, and figuring out who he is.
Yep, absolutely. Here it is in modern times. Well, for the last 30, 40, 50 years or so. Graduate at 25, get a job at 30, and you're married by 35 for the most part. It differs from person to person, but that's the basic gist of how it is nowadays. We're kind of moving through over the threshold slower than we did back in the day.
Yes.
I don't know. This
We're prolonging, the time. We're prolonging, yeah. What do you call it? Milestones. I guess you could say the average, yeah, milestone.
Yeah, they are. I mean, I graduated college at 26, so this kind of makes more sense. I was in the military by age 27, so yeah, got my first retirement plan when I was damn near knocking on 30, and I haven't crossed the threshold of marriage yet. So this one kind of makes more sense, and it kind of reflects how I guess that's modern day crossing that's crossing the threshold in modern times now.
Now, I do want to mention that this is, as a modern timeline or whatever for what makes in order to like ensure like success. That's like the timeline that you would want to follow if you want success. If you want, of course, I'm not talking about success as in lots of money or whatever, but just living a fulfilled life. And so
Yeah, that makes sense when you put it like that. Yep, it does. All right, let's continue. Fair use.
He says, marriage in this context can feel like a closing of doors rather than an opening. He may worry that marrying will mean giving up his personal missions, his freedom to travel, or his ability to take career risks.
Now, does that come with the territory of being married, or am I missing something here? I know you're a married woman. Did you have to give up your career, your ambitions, or your whatever risk you wanted to take before you
Of
got married?
course.
Did you?
Well, yeah, usually it's usually the woman that has to, put her career on hold because she's the one that's gonna, have kids and stay home with the kids. And usually, career, marriage is that when you look up, the reasons why like marriage would benefit men, career is one of them because like if you aren't married, you're single, like you don't really care that much about going up the ladder. But when you have a family you gotta take care of, now yeah, you better climb that ladder because you need to make sure that you make enough money to support you and your family, right? And so,
Yeah, that makes sense. Uh-huh.
mhm,
And nowadays, but nowadays you got two parent household with double
mhm,
income, so both mom and dad are working.
yes,
I mean, some people say when you get married, it's like one door closed, another one opens, and the journey is over. I say the journey has just begun. You can
yeah,
so whatever
exactly.
whatever you and husband couldn't do before y'all got married, y'all could do them together now. He still want to be a daredevil.
Hmm.
He gonna be on the sideline watching. I hope he doesn't get himself hurt or worse, killed, deleted. Whatever you want to do, hey, maybe you want to pick up sword fighting. He can be right there by your side. You can still do all the things you want to do as a couple, as a team. That's how.
So come on now, we know what that really means. When one door, oh, because you're closing the door, on opportunities. We know exactly what that means. They're not talking about careers and stuff like that. Not being able to do, activities. It's it's sex.
Uh-huh.
It's partners. They're not because once you're married, yeah, you can't go around. You can't go sleeping around and stuff like that. You have to stay faithful and loyal to, your partner.
No shit. Continue. I mean, that come with the territory, of course.
Shell.
Well, I could have told you that. Of course, no more messing around, and that's the thing. Y'all got each other, so there's no temptation for him to go talk to other women when he's out and about, and you should be talking to other men when you're out and about. Compared to being single at over 30, when your temptation is constantly there for the most part. You got a woman to go home to, so when you see a beautiful lady at the supermarket, the gas station, you're like, them urges gonna kick in.
Like I said, life will test you.
They really will.
Yeah, when you least expect it, yes.
Yeah. All right, let's continue. Fair use.
He's not avoiding responsibility. He's fulfilling the responsibility he feels to his own potential first.
In other words, put himself first. Yeah.
Let's talk about roles. What does it mean to be a good husband today? The template is gone. In the past, the role was clearer: provider, protector, father. Today, it's a complex, often confusing mix of emotional confidant.
Damn, nowadays a husband got to be all these things. Is your husband in all these things?
Honestly,
Protector, loving, provider, maybe, respectful partner, faithful and trustworthy, spiritual anchor, teammate.
yes.
You got to be all this.
I mean, if you're not, then like, why are you a husband to begin with? I mean, that's the stuff that those are just like traits that you should already have like within you. It's not something that that should have for a husband. It's just you should have as a person, as an adult. You should have that protector in you. You should be, you should know how to be a teammate. You should know how to, you should know. that, in order to keep a person, you have to be a loving person. Like, these stuff you're supposed to already know and supposed to already have in you. And so sometimes I just don't get it. I don't.
The same thing too. But I think what they're getting at is this is what it was back in the day. Leader, protector, provider, father. That's it. Bottom line, point blank. Now you got all this other extra shit that I have to try to be as well, which, by the way, you should be. It's like they rose the bar over the last decade or so. And like I said, with two-parent households and double incomes, yeah, he's going to be like an extra a teammate of some sort. Again, he should already have these traits. I guess back then times were a little simpler.
You think well, I don't know if it's more simple, but so you're saying that, women, their demand is too much.
I'm not gonna say all women have high demands or anything like that. We're just saying that the plateau for being a husband has gone up over the years as society has changed. It isn't just about being a father, provider, protector. Now you got to be all this stuff too. I don't mean that in a bad way. I don't mean that in a bad way.
No, I understand that, but see, the thing is that, what women are, wanting more of is just, for the men to be more attentive, just more like family focused. Because back in the days, like, men didn't have to be, all up in, the kids, the dad didn't have to know what the kids, likes and dislikes are. When it comes to like parent conferences and stuff, like, dad don't go to that. Dad don't care about how the kid is doing. That's the mom's job. And so, women aren't putting up with that, right? It's like, this is your child too. Like, how can you not know what your child likes? How can you not know if, like, don't you want to know if your kids want to play sports stuff, like how they're doing? Like, don't you, like, we just want man to be a part of, the decision making. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. It makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like with the bad things to have. I'm just saying, look at how it's evolved or changed up. The simplicity is gone. It's more complex nowadays than it was back in the day. That's all I'm saying. But let's continue. Fear you.
Will co-parent, domestic partner, and career supporter. It can be paralyzing. A man might think, am I ready to be all of that? Without a clear path, the pressure to perform a role perfectly can lead to procrastination. He delays until he feels he has perfectly figured out this new complex identity of an actual marriage. Finally, and this is crucial, we must reframe this not as a failure to launch, but as a conscious life choice. For some men, the traditional milestones of marriage and children are not the primary sources of their creative pursuits, their friendships, their communities, or their freedom to contribute to the world in their own unique way.
Absolutely. Having a spouse is good to have, but come on, we should look at it as this major fulfillment it was back in the day. There are other aspects to consider. You could be married to someone that has no goals, no drives, no ambitions, a lazy ass bomb. What you gonna do with that person?
That's a fact.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna say, oh, you're single with no kids, or you're single with no kids, you're a loser. No, maybe you just you're going down a different path and made some different choices. You have other things to fulfill.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I actually find those people like fascinating. There's a reason why, like, married people like, hanging out with single people, because usually single people, they have, they have like awesome stories and stuff, awesome adventures. And of course, there's this thing, oh, that's what married people, but maybe it's just, it's like, see, it's like either one or the other, either, it's okay for a single person to do all this thing and stuff. And, and, while married people, like, they, how should I say? Like, to me, I feel like it's always, like, we tend to just look at the negative side of stuff. We to look at it through like we tend to be very what's the word, pessimistic about about things. Like a person that's single and wants to travel and stuff. If the married person wants to learn or hear stories and stuff like that, it's not the single person should not judge the married person for wanting to hear stories. For wanting to like maybe sometimes hang out or whatever. Because married people, we get judged too. So it's not just single people being judged. Why do should they judge married? Oh, married people, we should not be on here. Married people that's on YouTube and stuff. Something's wrong with their married life. Otherwise, they will not be on here. Yeah, see, like we get judged just the same. And so it's just that you just take it's because we all have different perspectives. We all have different ideas of what is a perfect, not perfect, but a good wife, a good husband, a good mother, a good father. And so it's like, because I don't live up to your metric, I'm bad. Like, like, no, like, I'm not judging you. So why are you judging me?
Right, absolutely. And I'm no stranger to hearing married folks being judged. They call y'all what, pick-me's or mammies and all that kind of shit. That ain't cool. No, that stuff is not cool. So yeah, I know married folks get judged, and mainly it's by single people. I don't think you hardly hear, married couples judging each other. Usually it's just a bunch of single folks that are just mad because you get something that they want. And for the record, I don't know about you, but I don't hang around married folks for the most part. So I feel out of place and like I'm intruding on their relationship.
Yeah.
The only exception to the rule might be if I have a lady friend of mine, like my lady friend right here want to hang out with you or your husband, okay, that might work. But if it's just me by myself, y'all on your own.
Yeah, and see, and that's why like I'm online. Like my husband's not online. He doesn't do he's online for like a different reason. And there's like a few times that he came online. He's been on like Nino's panel when we had like when we were talking about marriage and stuff like that. So it's not that like but like for the most part, like I like to see us we're just all like we're all adults. We all know how to like conduct ourselves. Like, we all know how to be like respectful and stuff like that. When I talk about I don't talk down on yeah, it's not my thing to talk down on people. Like if they choose to do that, like that's on them. I'm not trying to tell people, oh, you need to get married and stuff like that because I'm married or whatever. No, it's like, because I don't glamorize, marriages because I know that marriages are like, it takes a lot of work and it just takes a lot of effort. And sometimes sometimes in a marriage, like I'm not gonna lie, sometimes, yeah, sometimes I want to kill my husband. Oh, sorry, not, not literally, but, figuratively. Because, that, but that doesn't mean,
I'm like, damn.
I'm just saying, it's just, I'm just saying, like with every relationship, it takes work. And so if we are, if the solution is to make sure that we have a society full of happy people, happy people, happy kids and stuff like that, then we should promote, a nuclear family, which is a married couple with kids.
Yeah.
So, again, it all depends on what you want, you want society to look like, and then work backwards.
Yeah, it makes sense. I get it. Yeah, be going for a second. I'm like, what the fuck are y'all up to? I don't judge anybody, but I'm just saying. I'd like to meet your husband one day. Well,
bad.
I'd like to meet the lucky man that married you one day. Because I don't get a lot of married folks on my channel.
Oh, really?
I mean, I've had a few married women. In fact, one of my top tier supporters, Angela C. That's a cynical one. She's one of my top tier supporters. She's been on my show multiple times. She's a married woman too, so she can probably test what you're saying.
Oh, okay. That's good. That's good. Yeah, I love meeting married people.
Yeah. I mean, don't think just because she's married, that don't mean she ain't been through some shit too. Just like you, she probably went through some shit to before she met the one, her one and only.
Hmm.
So
You know, I'm
yeah,
sure. Like I said, it's just like every relationship. If you're lucky, it lasts. If you're um, I'm not saying if you're unlucky, it doesn't last or whatever, but sometimes shit just happens. Personality clashes. Sometimes as you grow together, you end up having like different, different. You want different outcomes. Sometimes again, that's why I'm like I'm usually like I try to not to like judge because I wouldn't want to be judged. So I usually go off of that mindset that I try not to do what I wouldn't want other people to do, do to me. And so,
Mhm.
I just want to like my overall message is just like trying to, have conversation with people, try to, you know, help one another and, give advice to one another. So that way we can all just be, a little bit happier, with life because again, life is fucking hard and life
It
is
really
short,
is.
Mhm.
It is. All right, let's continue. Fair use.
Choosing not to marry is as valid a life path as choosing to marry. It represents a diversification of life scripts and an acknowledgement that there is no one-size-fits-all formula for a happy, meaningful life. So, the psychology of the man who doesn't marry on time is not a simple pathology. It's a complex interplay of raising the bar from necessity to an ideal partnership, a rational calculation of modern risks, an extended journey of self-discovery, navigating the ambiguity of modern male roles, and, for some, a conscious choice for a different kind of life.
Yep.
Understanding this isn't about making excuses. It's about replacing judgment with empathy. It's about seeing these men not as broken or afraid, but as individuals navigating a complex world, making deliberate choices about their own happiness and purpose. The clock they're listening to isn't the biological or social one. It's their own internal
Yeah.
clock.
I believe women have the biological clock. We have the social clock, if
Mhm.
I'm not mistaken. All
Yep.
right, let's continue.
They are
Go
waiting
ahead, Cyrus. My bad.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead.
for it to tell them it's time. What are your thoughts? Is this a fair representation, or is there another side to the story? Share your
I
perspective in
think
the
it's a fair representation. Yeah, that's the one I was talking about earlier.
See, this is the part that why like I'm in this space too is because like women have already been ahead of that game, you know, and for the most part, it's like women are asking to not be judged because like we understand that life is difficult, sometimes like we want to find ourselves, we want like some of us want to be like independent, strong women or whatever, some of us want a career and we want a chance to experience, um have all these different kind of experience. So like, why are you judging me? Women have the rights, to do whatever they want. And when they try to, when they exercise their rights, they're told that no, you're supposed to be doing this. No, it's like, just because like, see, I'll use this as an example. Like, my husband, like my husband, he he works, right? He's the main provider and stuff, but then he loves to cook and and clean and stuff. So yeah, like he cooks sometimes. But then, if I was to say that, of course, everybody's like, oh, my husband's a simp or whatever.
Oh, come
Because
on.
but because I found a husband that, wants to cook for like his family, even though he works, that's not to say that I won't cook or whatever. That's he wants to do that. It's like
Ain't
it's
nothing
so
wrong with
it's
that. Yeah. You could teach me a little something about how to cook. I made some cabbages last night. They came out pretty good, but what can that man teach me how to cook? Ain't nothing wrong with a man cooking. Come on. You really this backwards.
like it is, he's you just have to find somebody that like to me, I think, what makes a relationship work is being able to find someone um that have like that has qualities that you don't have, and I guess that's where like people sometimes says opposite attract, but then it's not so much as opposite, it's just that, they complement you. And a lot of times, those relationships, you're going to have, a lot of difference of opinion. I mean, because you're not both not the same. And so the key to a successful, relationship is learning to navigate those difficult, difficult times. Learning how to communicate with your partner, making sure you know how to read them without, it's like a lot of times we sit and wait for the other person to tell us what to do when like you already know what to do. Like that person shouldn't have to, to tell you what to do. Like you should know if like what you said will upset your person, your spouse. Like should you say it? Like
Yeah.
why would you want to hurt your spouse? You know, and so
With your spouse?
yeah,
What?
no, why would you want to say like why would you want to insult your spouse?
Oh,
Like
insult.
when you,
I said with your spouse. I'm like, what? Shout out to Funeral Morals. Thank you for something about my lady. Yeah, she's good people's too. But no, you shouldn't insult just y'all shouldn't be insulting each other in public, like especially not in public. You got a problem with your husband, take it up behind closed door. Don't let the whole world see your business. We see that a lot on social media where you got these folks airing their dirty laundry out for the whole world to see in or hear. That's not cool. I don't get involved in other people's marital affairs. I tend to keep it that way.
yeah, me, I'm definitely, the same. But then like, but then that's not to say like my husband, like say if we're out like eating, like having dinner out and stuff, and then we just happen to get into an argument, like he don't care. He'll like blow up in front of people, He has like no shame. Well, I'm like I get quiet and stuff, and I'm like, like wait till we get home. He's like, no, he doesn't care. He doesn't care who looks. So that's
Wow.
probably
You better control that big oversized behemoth. Okay.
uh,
I mean, to be fair, I've had those moments too where I just want to lash out at somebody, even if it's in a group of people. But I know I got too much to lose, so I try to control myself. We've all had the moments, so hey.
mhm. No, like I get, embarrassed, the emotion embarrassed is like, one that I'm not good at, managing. And so I try my best to, like, especially in public, even online here, to not make a fool out of myself. Because I'm a big believer that, like how I conduct myself is a reflection of of my husband, of my kids, and vice versa. Like, and so I try to, that's one thing I try to get through, like, my kids and, especially my husband too. Then yeah, like how you conduct yourself, you know, out there, like people are gonna, yeah, they're gonna judge me. Like, so if you are, if you act a certain way and they know that you're like, married and stuff, yeah, that means they're gonna look down on me. They're gonna, they're gonna go, oh shit, I'm not doing my job. You're like, what am I doing? How come, you're acting like a fool out there? And so, yeah,
Wow.
it's the same thing with my
Yeah.
kids, Like my kids can't be like going out there and being, all rowdy and stuff like that. Of course, because what do we say whenever we see like a kid, acting all like out of control stuff? Like, where's the mama? Like how the hell is
Uh-huh.
so it's yeah, exact same thing with marriage, with relationships.
And I see that a lot of times when I go in these old grocery store, these kids just be running. Well, not all of them, but these kids be acting rowdy, like crying and making noise because they didn't get the toy that they wanted. I see that a lot. So,
Yeah,
and the parents be right there by their side. But if that was me
yeah.
acting a fool at that age, my mom gonna slap the living shit out of me. So I don't know what's wrong with these new generation kids and parents. I'm getting an ass whooping
It's
if
lack
I
of
ever act a
discipline.
fool.
It's a it's a lack of discipline. That's basically what it is.
Lack of discipline. Yep. For lack of a better term. All right. Before I
Oh,
close, I want to talk about my main topic. Now we all know that the US dating market is kind of trash, but let's go overseas and talk about the UK's dating market. Is it any better or is it just as worse? So yeah, we're gonna take a look at some things, talk about the UK and its dating market, what they have to struggle. Okay, shout out to Sky News. This one says, "It's not you, it's dating. Where is modern love gone wrong?" And this is the British. Shout out to my British brothers and sisters out. My bad. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Shout out to my British brothers and sisters out there. This is no shade to any of y'all. We're gonna take a look at y'all dating market. Oh shit. All right, fair use.
You can't meet them in real life. You can't meet them online.
Yeah.
The world is dead. It's dead.
It used to be simple, all about finding love.
Welcome to Love. First 6 contestants, all playing for love.
But things have gotten a bit more complicated.
It's ups and downs.
If you're on an app, it feels always like you're going for an Argos catalogue and you're trying to pick out your favourite toy. It feels a little bit more frantic now.
So I want to look into the state of dating in the UK.
Do they actually mean that?
Find out what's gone wrong.
We're trying to destigmatize that whole thing around speed dating to make it normal.
And how we're going to fix this modern dating crisis.
I thought America had it bad. Yeesh. Okay.
We'll look back at this documentary and I'm a wife. And I'll have kids. And this won't mean nothing. Cheers.
Online dating steadily replaced traditional ways of finding love. But Ofcom's Online 24 became the year daters fell out of love with the digital romance scene. Online dating steadily replaced traditional ways of finding love. But Ofcom's 2024 Online Nation report shows that dating app use declined significantly between 2023 and 2024, with a drop of nearly 16% in the use of the top 10 most.
Damn, so use of dating has dropped by 16% between 2023 and 2024. Damn, that's a lot. I think out here in America, it's a large number of people still using dating apps, but out there in the British, they're giving up on the shit for the most part.
Oh,
well,
that's sad.
The British are. So what now?
I said sad.
The British are way ahead of us because it's a large number of Americans still using dating apps, but over there in Britain, they're just giving up.
You know, it's sad when you hear people give up on love. Like you should never. That's one thing you should never give up on is love. But that's just me, though.
When you're a certain age, well, let me play devil's advocate for a second. I get what you're saying. I'm going to play devil's advocate because I feel like if you're over 35 and you're still talking about, I want to find me a good man or a good woman. I want to find that Christian love. I want to find that 90s R&B love. That sounds kind of delusional in my opinion because you're an older person now. You're not going to be able to find what you should have got when you were young and in your 20s. At 35, stop looking for youth, beauty. Well, you're gonna want beauty and stop looking for fertility. Instead, get age, wisdom, stability, and experience. It may not have the same appeal as dating in your 20s, but it's right up there with where you currently are mentally and age-wise. Just saying. But that's my take on that. What do you think?
Well, and see, it goes back into like I get it. Yeah, if you're 35 and stuff, you know, like hopefully, like if you're 35 and you're still single, that you would have like some kind of money, right? You would be working and stuff. And so for the most part, like as you grow older in years, your standards do tend to go down. And so like I don't know. It's just confusing to me because the standards do go down. I don't think they expect more from their partner or anything like that. It's just that it seems like they expect more because by that age you tend to come with baggage, both men and women, whether it's emotional baggage, like mental baggage, whatever, And so because of that, maybe that's why they feel like that the standards are high, are too high or whatever. But I don't think so though. Again, that's just my opinion.
I mean, yeah, there is some truth to that because, yeah, women and men got baggage. Now, who got more baggage is a matter of opinion, but I always thought women came with the most baggage. Maybe they're been through so many relationships, they're already set in their ways. They're spent years of their lives being independent, not having, working, doing this and a third to provide for themselves and their kids if they have kids. So maybe they got to go through the most. Compare that to men who are basically built for that kind of shit. Remember, as men, we are built for that kind of stress. So yeah, it may bother us every now and then, but we deal with it. I got to get up and go to work. So what? That's what I got to do. I got to go to the gym. I got to lift heavy shit every day. As a man, that's what I'm programmed to do. Are women bound by the same programming? For the most part, no, they're not. So it kind of bothers us. So our baggage is kind of different. We kind of deal with our baggage a little bit differently. We're made to take on stress. Women, not so much. At least not in that sense, anyway. That's what I've noticed
I
anyway.
do.
But what do you think?
I get what you're saying, but then I feel like that like because you said that women excuse me, women are not programmed that way, but then again, we have the ability to adapt, so like women are adapting. And so yeah, well, I do agree with you that women are the ones that tend to come with more baggage because yeah, usually they come with kids, and so that's why they would have more baggage. But in this day and age where like people aren't really getting married and aren't really having kids, so they're not coming with that kind of baggage. And so I guess it just all
Yeah.
depends, depends on like what like what lens are you looking at this? Are you looking at this as in, women that are already, 35, or what, or 30 years from now, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. So you do have to kind of adjust your standards a bit the older you get. I get that. Yeah.
You should,
But let's
it'd be
continue.
silly of you. It'd be silly if you don't. It's like that. Like
Did a
you're
what
getting
now?
older. You're no. I said you should adjust your standards as you age. Like, what if you're like 50 and you're like, oh, I still want, a buff guy, a guy that makes a lot of money? It's like crazy.
Right. You got people that's biblical age box, damn near grandma age or grandma age. Come on, you want a man that's gonna take her shopping or do this for her. Like, sweetheart, man, I love Vivica A. Fox, but come on, she's over 60 now. She can't be asking for that kind of stuff. Shout out to my girl, wonderful actress, but come on, she's being delusional.
Yes.
Had she been 30 years younger, maybe she would have gotten away with that, but come on. So I get
Hmm.
what you're saying. And it's kind of works that way with us men. How would I look at 60 years old talking about I want youth, beauty, and fertility to build a family with? I'm in my goddamn 60s. Come on now. Nobody my age is gonna be able to give me those things unless I go for younger, but I don't want to go down that route. I prefer females my own age. If you're under 30, don't look in my direction, please.
I hear
And I
you.
say that,
My
and I
my
say that
thing is with
because
age gap, it's always, should only be like 10 years.
yep, that's the most I'll do. I'm 41, she'll be 30 or 31 at the youngest.
Hmm.
But if you're 24, you're 23, 24, that's too young. Because at 24, I was still going to the clubs, bar hopping, and getting it in with different females. No doubt you into the same shit that I was into when I was 24, 25. I've been to a club in almost 13 years. So I would want to deal with a chick that's still going through that phase.
Exactly. Like double the age. That's crazy. But hey, I don't like I don't know, man.
And
Some
plus
people
it's
are just
weird.
because
It's weird
it
when you see
is.
40-year-olds, 19, 20-year-old. To me, that shit is weird. That's crossing the line, if you ask me.
Heck yeah, twice. Like I said, twice the age. It's definitely crossing the line. For men and women. Because you're starting to see that a lot with women too, thinking that they could get away with
Uh,
it. Like, no, you nasty.
yeah.
I was about to
I got a
cuss, but go on.
Yeah, I got a 24-year-old goddaughter. Let me find out that she's dating a guy my age or her father age. We're gonna have a problem on our hands. My godson, my 19-year-old godson, same thing with him. Let me find out he's getting with a female my age. It's gonna be a problem for us. We don't do that.
Mhm.
We
Mhm.
don't do that.
Exactly.
But hey, I mean, to be fair, I was dealing with older females when I was like 26. I had a chick that was like 6 years older than me, but I was in my early 20s. So you quote me on that if you want to.
Look at you.
I was 29, she was 36. I'm no stranger to deal with older women, but just saying.
Oh wait, that's let's see. You were 29, you said?
Yeah, Met this chick who was 36.
That's only 7 years though.
7 years.
Yeah, you're 29, she's 36. Isn't that just 7 years?
It is, but you know what? She didn't care.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like 10 years is the it's the oldest to me, where like I would feel comfortable. Like 10 years, even um this is my thing. Like if you're 30 and under, you stick with anybody that's you stick with 30 and under. But then once you hit 30 and 40 is okay. The
Yeah.
even 20 and 30 is like sort of, that's a little bit like yeah, icky for me. But then like if there's people that that date and stuff, I mean, do but
Yeah.
to me I just think that's a kind of, that's a red flag for me. But I think
It
like the
really
youngest,
is.
yeah, the oldest, I mean the age gap the most is like I'd say 10 years is okay, especially if like like if he's 30, he's 35 and you're 45, I think that's okay. Or or he's
Yeah.
45 and he's 35. Yeah, I think that's okay.
Yeah, that is too. And I think the older
Mm.
this is what I know is the older we get, the less relevant those 5 to 10 year age gaps become relevant. The
Yeah,
older we get, the less
exactly.
relevant age gaps become. Like, for example, if I'm 40 and she's 30, well, that's a 10-year age gap, but guess what? We're both damn near knocking on middle age. So what's the problem? If I'm
Yes.
50 and you're 40, we're still middle aged, so that's still the same thing. If I'm 60 and you're 50, we're both knocking on retirement age at this point. We're both knocking on retirement age. If I'm 70 and you're 60, we will qualify for double ARP at this point. So you see how irrelevant the age gaps become the older you get?
Hmm.
Because y'all still in the same age range. But 30 and 20, that's far fetched. I graduated college at 26. I was already out of that university stuff. And then she's 20, still in university. That's too much. Nope, I draw the line right there. The youngest I did was like 5 years at that time, but that's how I did it. But let's continue. Fair use.
Popular dating apps. Tinder had the biggest loss, with more than 500,000 users abandoning the platform since May 2023. After doing a bit of digging, I found that the co-founder of Tinder, Jonathan Dean, admitted that the swiping feature was inspired by B.F. Skinner's pigeon experiment, where the pigeons were trained by Skinner to peck at a target, and they were rewarded with food when they completed the task correctly.
Also, that's where the term swiping came from for the dating apps. Who knew?
So it's unsurprising that these apps can feel so addictive when the psychology behind it is integral to its creation.
And this is our brand ambassador, this few frogs.
The latest in a long line of dating apps is Cherry, and according to their study, the endless cycle of swiping and superficial interactions has left 58% feeling exhausted by the process.
The high number.
And 40% say their motivation to meet someone has decreased as a result.
Your options of trying to meet someone are either at the gym, bumping into them in the supermarket, or through work.
Yeah, old school way of meeting people.
It's apps. How else are you going to meet someone?
Do you like that?
I don't like it. It's just the way life has. You have to adapt, don't you? It's just what life's thrown you now. No one turns around and says, "Sorry, but I wasn't feeling it." They just ghost you. And that's just so prevalent.
Yeah, and this is what ghosting is. For those that don't know, ghosting means a way of ending a relationship when someone suddenly stops all communications with them. In other words, stop talking to the person altogether. It's happened to me, and I've done it before. So hey, but then it's nothing new. The people have been getting ghosted probably since the early days of dating, before the internet, even after the internet blew up. It's nothing new for us, honestly.
Yeah, but then like I don't understand it. It's like if you both agree to meet up, and then I'm not what you like just tell me straight up. Like I just don't understand. It's almost like people don't want. It's like you got to have skin in the game. So like if you get ghosted, it's fine. I'm not the right one for you. I got ghosted like maybe just once in my life, but then it's like I was like let me see, I was like 17, I think.
You said you only got ghosted one time.
Yeah, just one time.
Uh, hold on a second.
Mhm.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
You know I gotta mess with you.
It's fine.
If it was just one time, I get it. You know I gotta mess with you.
And look, it is what it
This,
is. I'm not hurt by it or anything. Like, I don't have I ever ghosted anybody? Like, no, I don't. Yeah, I don't ghost. Like, if I
ever
don't like
ghosted
you, I'm just gonna
anybody?
tell you I don't like you.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know. You seem like the most. I can see you not just straight up ghosting somebody. You know.
You, I mean, like I said, earlier, my mentality is like, I don't want anybody to do to me. I wouldn't do anything to someone who I wouldn't want be done to me. So because like I wouldn't want someone to ghost me. So I wouldn't, be out there and trying to and ghost people. And so, if I don't like you, then I'm just gonna say, I don't think this is gonna work out. I don't think I'm the right person for you. And just be plain. And then a lot of times, people aren't like, we're understanding creatures. I understand there's some that like gets, crazy and get like so so defensive of stuff, but then like why? The person's not attracted to you. Okay, next. Plenty of, fishes in the sea. Jeez.
Yeah, there is. But we're also bound by limited options. People talk about options, this, options that. We have options just because people exist. It's all about availability. Because I was told that men have options because there's more women than men. That may be true on the surface level, but that does not mean we have available options. Your options are limited strictly to people who are available to you, not just people who exist. If you got 10 people on your contact list or whatever, and now one of them picks up the phone when you call, they're not options for you. It's about availability. Who can you call, and they're most likely available to come kick it with you at their convenience. If the answer is no, no one, then you don't have options like that. Yeah, they exist, but they're not available to you, so that doesn't count as options.
I beg to differ. I would say, yeah, you do have options. But see, that's where like you shouldn't blame. You shouldn't say that it's because, you have lack of options. No, and this, especially in this day and age when we have, easy access to people. We have social media and stuff like that. Um, and so like we have easier access to people. And if you don't have, options, then that comes down to you. Because if a person likes you, they will clear their schedule to like hang out with you. And that's what you want to find. You want to find the one that like, that is willing to give up their time to hang out with you. And if nobody wants to hang out with you, then I think you need to do some little, some self-reflection, improve on yourself a little bit. Like again, when we have information at our fingertips, like there's no reason why, a person, it would be hard for a person to, to find someone, just find someone. Of course, because not everybody is gonna like you and stuff, but then you should at least have, you should be a good enough person for people to at least give you a chance. That's, that again is just my opinion. So
Yeah, it makes sense. Everybody's opinions are valid. I understand that. And I don't know. I've heard women complain about being hit up on social media. They say that stuff is creepy, it's unsettling, but I guess that's only for men that they don't really find attractive. I mean, how am I supposed to meet somebody off? How am I supposed to meet somebody if I don't hit them up? If I don't hit them up on a social media site, because sometimes people get that stuff misconstrued.
yeah, that's true. I guess it's just like we don't like know how to pick up on like energy and stuff like that. Like if a person's into you, even if it's through email, or text message. And so it's just that a lot of times we don't. pay enough attention to it. Like they always say, oh, like, when one of the things they criticize about married people is like, oh, we have, women being online, we have a lot of people in our DMs and stuff like that. It's like, like, no, I don't have people. I have people in my DMs, but then not like that though. People in my DMs are asking me, oh, hey, I'm doing a show. Can you come by? Can you come on panel? Just that, strictly like professional stuff. Because why? Because of how I conduct myself. And so, single people, like if you conduct yourself like like a good person, and if a person like likes you and digs you, then yeah, you bet, they're gonna again make time for you. And so, like, I get what you're saying. I just feel like some, where we have like easy access to people, I guess, you have to put in a little bit more effort um into, like, I guess, finding a person to want to hang out with you. I guess, like, I don't, I wouldn't know because I'm not in the dating market, so I'm gonna have to take your word for it.
Makes sense. Yeah. Makes sense when you put it like that. All right, let's continue. Fear use.
They're hiding behind filtered photos. They're hiding behind a phone. They're hiding behind
Not to mention AI generated images.
something all the time.
There are more than 1,400 dating sites in the UK alone, but the CEO of Cherry says this new app's aim is to rid the swipe fatigue epidemic, providing singles with the tools they need to forge genuine and fulfilling relationships.
I want to give people quality over quantity. Have 5 really good connections, not 100 that you have to sift through, which is exhausting.
Online services that promise to find people romantic matches have been likened to gambling products. They're designed to kind of keep customers hooked and addicted. Do you think dating apps are basically a form of gambling?
Wow, that's an interesting question.
What?
It can be when you've got that match, that adrenaline. Oh,
Well, it is like playing Russian roulette. You are taking a gamble with a dating app. Yeah.
I've got a match, and it can be quite addictive. Then it's, well, connection didn't really work. Slip on to the next one, and it seems to be this constant merry-go-round of, oh, next. And if you look at the business model in itself, it's kind of counterproductive to have people leave the app. I know Hinge has got the strapline done to be deleted, but I just don't know how true that actually is.
In February 2024, 6 men filed a lawsuit against Match Group, the parent company of some of the biggest dating apps, including Hinge and Tinder, alleging that the company's dating apps are designed to get users addicted, encouraging compulsive usage, and locking them into a perpetual pay-to-play loop. Match Group said the lawsuit is ridiculous and that their business model is not based on advertising or engagement metrics.
Another app called Thursday was launched in 2021 to encourage people to meet in person, go to different events, and limit users to 1 day a week. On Thursday,
Limit them to 1 day a week. Okay.
I'm going to meet the co-founder of Thursday before heading to a singles-only event.
It's one of our plus 30 events tonight, so it's not plus 30 in terms of people, it's plus 30 on age range.
How do you feel about that 150 people coming to this event?
I love it. I mean, I get a buzz every time I go to a Thursday event. We're trying to destigmatize that whole thing around speed dating to make.
They got an app called Thursday where you can meet people. It encourages you to meet people up close in person. My thing is, how do you, I mean, you can't make somebody meet up close in person. I made that decision for themselves. So I'm not sure how that would work, but okay. What do you think, Zyrex?
I think whatchamacallit, I mean, it's just another, another way to go about it to, help people um find, find love, I guess. I mean, it's, it's fine, we live, again, we live, hold on, sorry.
It's all right.
We live in this capitalist, society where, it's all about ideas. So people are going to come up with, all these type of ideas to help you solve your problem. So, I'm sure like the guy has good intentions, because, like, if you want to find love, like, you can't just be online and, just chit chatting, on chat lines. Like, you have to, It's sort of like gives you an incentive to, go out there, you know, and like really want to meet people and stuff like that. And that's why I think they limit it to just once a day or something like that, because they are aware that there are people that will misuse it, just want to like meet up and then try to sleep with them and then that's it, and then meet up and sleep with them and that's it. And so that's what they want to avoid, because that's not the purpose of the app.
No, it isn't. I never thought about that, honestly. So to keep them from trying to
Well,
just see with you and never talk again, you have to limit. They have to put restrictions on how they use a dating app. Okay, ain't that something? Continue. Furious.
It's just about at the end of the day, everyone's single. Obviously, we do things like run clubs, fitness classes, cooking classes, and bars was very much
People
our.
actually go to those clubs.
God, yeah.
Awkward.
At first it can be. We're fully aware that sometimes it can be a bit like. I mean, people are not used to this. This is a different way of dating. We've obviously become so reliant on the app for years. We're giving people opportunity to meet new people face to face in a IRL way, which is quite hard nowadays. The Thursday event, the obliques at the top. Yeah, this way.
I think dating app fatigue is we've become almost immune to the swipe. By getting a match is a bit like getting a like on Instagram. It's become a bit, we're numb to it. I mean, I think we want something different. And it's funny, like when me and my co-founder started this, one of our early hashtags was hashtag meet like your parents met. And it's funny how like we've almost lost the ability and the art of flirting in the real world, where you walk into a bar and people don't approach you anymore because everyone's too afraid of rejection. I hope dating apps die out. I'll drink to that.
Well, at least he's honest about it.
It's that temptation of always, is there someone better, is there something else? If I get asked, how are you? One more time.
I deleted all the dating apps this year. So my resolution for this year is to meet someone organically. And I hope that happens.
I think it's unrealistic necessarily to come in here looking for your husband.
The whole process isn't as fun as it used to be. And now it just seems to be all happening. All happening. She's interested, you not.
And this is my only downside. It almost feels like a little bit like a networking event. And it's kind of like an unspoken pressure that everyone is single.
You go.
But then again, you don't know who's single, who's not. Sometimes I don't trust in just speed dating events because you don't know who's single, who's not. Whatever, they can say almost anything. But there was a time when this stuff was popping off. Not so much this day. British is no different. What you think, Zyrex? Oh, damn. Yeah.
I'm sorry, say that one more time. You were like sort of working.
Oh, damn. My connection is acting funny, but damn, what was that saying? Oh yeah, I was just saying that it's no better out there in Britain. That's how they're gonna swap the dating apps. I was talking about the speed dating thing. You don't know who's single, who's not, so that could be kind of risky with it when it comes to these old speed dating things, you know.
Because speed dating's been around for like years, and I mean, again, you just gotta have some skin in the game, like just do your due diligence. Yeah, there are people that are gonna say, oh yeah, they're divorced, they're separated when they're still, still married. I mean, there's gonna be people with all different kind of intentions, whether good or bad. So it's just, that's why it's good, as a person, you should, make sure you have the wherewithal and, the intelligence to vet people, you know, have conversation with them, make sure their stories, make sense, stuff like that. Like, come on now. It's not that, to me, it's not, it's not too I don't think it's difficult if that's your goal. A lot of times, like I said, we just, we're on autopilot. We're just living life. So we just meet whatever, and then that's what we end up running into, like problems and stuff. But if you date with intentions, like, you have goals, you want to meet somebody and stuff, that gives you the drive to, like, go the extra length to vet, to make sure this person is good, to make sure, um to make sure that your goals get accomplished. So
Yeah, true.
that's my
I
two
don't
cents.
know about most men out there. I don't know about most men out there, but I've always moved with the You said being on autopilot. That's how I tend to move. The default is not look for a girlfriend or future fun. If I meet the one that's for me, then I switch it up, like take this woman seriously. I suggest you don't go into every interaction without the desire to just get married and be in a relationship. It's to be used. You need that person, what that person will need you. So especially in a setting like this, yeah. Just go to the fun and see what happens. I didn't hear what you say.
No, I didn't say anything. I said I hear you.
Okay. That is
You're sort of bored. Yeah, you're sort of bored. Yeah, you're sort of bored. So, like from what
Yeah, I was just saying, I'm with the abundance mindset of just go up in there, have a good time, and whatever happens, just happen. If I connect with someone, she's on that level, hey, we can make something possibly happen. Go out there, just getting and looking for a future wife, you know? Gotta keep options open. That's how I move anyway.
well, see,
Like,
okay, can I ask, okay, let me ask you this, if you are, moving with that kind of mindset, right? Then do you think it's fair to sort of to then like say if someone was to move with that kind of mindset, do you think it's fair to like sort of blame it on the game, that that's because okay, let me say this. A lot of times people want to blame the game, right? They want to say, oh, women are moving like this is like this. But then when really it's like it's your own fault, that you haven't found somebody. Now that's only if you want to find somebody though, like I'm not shaming anybody that hasn't found anybody or whatever. But I'm saying that if you really want to find someone, then you would find you'll definitely find someone. But if you move with the mindset of, oh, I'll meet her, I'll meet her whenever when when the time comes, then it's like don't get mad if like, you haven't found someone by a certain age. You get what I'm saying?
okay, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I understand exactly what you're saying. That's the kind of mindset I used to have. So that's why you don't hear me complaining about not being able to
Yes.
find nobody, because I kind of anticipated this might happen. I just didn't care. If I didn't find the one for me, she just ain't the one for me. I'm not going to give up too much time, effort, and energy trying to, build some fantasy in my head, like try to get a woman immediately. No, I don't do that. I don't get mad at the game. I just get mad at people who play it incorrectly. When you think
Yeah,
about a lot of females move
I don't
fast,
ever hear you complain. Yeah, I don't ever hear you complain. So
so what?
no, I don't ever hear you complain. You're
Yeah,
like one of the rare red pill guys in the space.
well, I wouldn't call myself red pill, even though I consume some of their content. I don't agree with everything that the red pill manosphere talks about, but they do make some good points. Stuff that I've seen, experienced, or knew someone that went through it. That's why I signed on for it. I've either seen it myself, experienced it myself, or I knew someone that went through this, that, and the third type situation and didn't end well for them.
No, yeah, that's understandable. I mean, it's why I'm in this space because some of the stuff that they say I agree with. So like I know a lot of people demonize like red pill and the manosphere stuff. Like I definitely don't. I understand the need for it. I understand the space, why yeah men are in this space, and that's why me as a woman, I come into this space to try to understand.
Yeah. But I do agree with you. We shouldn't complain. If we're going to move with this abundance mindset, we can't get too upset if time go by and we don't find anybody. Because that's how I used to move my
Hmm.
university. I didn't complain about not being able to find a woman. I guess all I wanted back then, I had excuse my language, the fuckboy mindset. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't a fuckboy I wasn't a fuckboy per se, but I had the mindset of one. Like, you ain't the only chick I'm talking to, just like I'm not the only man you talking to. So it is what it is.
Yes.
So yeah, I kind of get what you're saying. You can't move with that mindset and then get upset when you don't find nobody special. I think that's the problem. A lot of people, if not a majority of people, move with that mindset. I think how you move matters. You can have the mindset, I'm just going to mess around with her and see what happens, but you have to be open to the possibility of making someone your wife or your husband if you're looking for a man. I've always kept that possibility. Again, I was in a serious relationship back in 2008. That my first serious relationship. So I wasn't always, I always had the fuckboy man say just to screw around, you know. It's kind of a barrier to keep you from being used.
See, that's one of the, one of the good things about being a man, right? It's the luxury of having that mindset. Although I see that women are starting to have that mindset, but for the most part, women, we can't have that mindset.
I mean, you can, but it's going to affect you a lot differently than it does
Yeah.
men. Because y'all get
Yeah, that's what
emotional
I mean. Yeah.
attachments.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
We don't have that issue for the most part.
Yes.
A man will sleep with you today and then forget about you tomorrow, but you're gonna remember that man probably for the rest of your life. That's making it hard for you to move on to the next partner. So yeah.
No, I'm gonna disagree with you there, because because you're
Oh,
saying that
come
men don't get,
on.
no, because you're saying that only women get like what's the word, like, pardon my language,
Attached.
but yeah, okay, so yeah, they get attached, right? So you're telling
Yeah.
me the men don't get attached after spending one night? Come on.
No, they don't. Don't
Yes,
get
they do.
it.
They do. They do. They just don't want to admit it, but they do.
Don't give me that. I'm calling double.
Cap, that's cap. Totally cap. That means lie.
Yeah, right.
No, I'm not
Like I
saying,
said, for the
majority of men
most
do, but
part.
then men do.
Okay, well, that's why I said for the most part. I didn't say every man moves like that. I said for the most part, we don't get attached. Oh man. All right.
I guess we're gonna have
It
to
does
agree to
happen.
disagree.
Yeah. I mean, women are programmed to want emotional attachment, not us men. It's like in our nature. For women, it's in their nature to have emotional attachment. You can't bypass that. I mean, I've had females who still be getting phone calls from their exes and stuff like that. So how do you explain that shit? You still got your ex coming around talking to you? Really?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still friends with mine, so, but it's not. But see, it's not a sexual thing though, and I think that's usually like just a loneliness thing. It's not so much as because you're attached, you're still attached to them, you still want to be with them and stuff.
You're still attached. You're still talking to your ex.
Why? Why? Why?
Yes, I'm still friends with.
Why? Now, is he married to somebody else?
No.
Ah, damn, that's what I'm worried about.
Well, it's
Anyways,
because we're,
go ahead.
I consider, I still consider them as like, a good friend, and so like whenever he has problems, he messaged me, like sometimes I message him, say hi, just to check up on him and stuff. And so it's like I understand that it's not wise to be friends because yeah, there's still that attachment, like that lingering, attachment, the history and stuff. But if you are, if you um are aware of your feelings and stuff, if you know like you have boundaries and stuff like that, if you respect each other, then you will not cross that line. And so yeah, like I have no kind of like, attachment towards him. Or maybe I should say no sexual attraction or attachment to him. So and vice versa. And so that's why, like, we can still like meet up and, chit chat and stuff on a friendly level.
Okay, as long as your husband can watch. Okay.
Yeah, he's been to like we've gone out and eat and stuff like that. So, he's met my kids and yeah.
I would say you done lost your damn mind, but since this is you and you seem like a very genuine person, I'm just gonna take your word for it. If you say y'all not doing, I hope y'all not doing anything. I'm gonna take your word for it.
No, it's like
All right, let's get.
I would never
Go
like
ahead.
disrespect my husband like that. So
Okay. You was anybody else? I say you lost your damn man. Well, okay. Well, let's
I'm
continue.
sorry. Go
Fair
ahead.
use.
Event like this to really open up is something that London needed right now because sometimes you feel alone in London.
So I'm just on the way home from the singles event, and I didn't really want to include this, but I felt it's important because a lot of people are faced with this whilst dating. A man came up to me and asked what I was filming and also asked me not to show his face. It was because he was in a relationship and laughed it off and said that his wife would kill him. It made me feel a bit uncomfortable because
Yeah, his wife would kill him, so he had a wife. Oh my God.
in these situations, loads of people are trying to find their partner, someone who they want to marry, someone who they want to trust. There are cheaters out there pretending to be single. Basically, it's not easy. A 2023 YouGov survey found that almost half of Brits say their dating app experiences have been bad. Many users are choosing to share the ups and downs of their dating journeys on social media. What used to be a personal activity has now become communal, with trends on social media like these ones, highlighting single people bringing audiences along on their romantic journey.
There's way too many options, especially when you have things like dating apps. Like, guys have access to women and it's too easy. Whereas, like, if you go out on a night out and you meet somebody, you're not going to be talking to 5 or 6 different girls. I mean, some people might, but you're not going to talk to 5 or 6 different girls in one night, in one venue. I don't even know if guys approach girls anymore.
For the most part, they don't. Well, here in America, they don't.
See, what she said right there was like really important. You know, again, like what I mentioned earlier, you know, we have easy access to people. So like that because of that, we don't value the person, you know, that much anymore. It's like, oh, if you're not, you know, if not up to my standard, oh, I can find another one. See, with more choices and stuff, then it's gonna bring chaos.
But I'm standing on business with this. It's all about who's available. Anybody can go on a dating app and start swiping left and right, but if they're not getting any matches, then what are we talking about here? They're just there. They're just existing. And plus, if you do get a match or two and that person's not available to hang out with you, what are we talking about here? So
But
we
then
all gonna have
I
limited.
wouldn't necessarily call I wouldn't call it an option then again, you know, because we're
Right.
talking about having access. Yeah, so to me, I sort of see it as separate, you know, two separate like two. No, not separate. You see it as sort of separate. I see it as like one and the same. So of course, when I'm talking about we have easy access to people, you know, yeah, of course, if they're not available, then I wouldn't consider that having access to that person, right? But then we still have access to a lot of people because of social media, because people are just swiping left or right, whatever, you know, however you, I don't know which, you know, whether it's left or right, but people are just swiping. That just shows you the amount of options that we have. You know, yeah, there are options, but then we are the ones who pick, you know, pick the people, right? We pick the ones that are available to us. And so that's what I mean. Sorry, H&M, go ahead.
Oh, it's all right. It's all right. You may have a point there, but I'm just saying. Fair use.
So shall we give that a go?
I think that's a great idea.
Go on a night out.
I think we should go out, go for a drink, sit at the bar looking mysterious,
and see what happens.
People start run clubs. We started a single club.
My friends and I, who are all over 30, decided to spontaneously go out on a Thursday night to see what the scene in London looks like for ourselves.
It's just become a bit of a game where you go on a date with someone you might like them, but then in the back of your head, you know, they've got 2 other options. It feels impersonal and it feels really disingenuous. We kind of want to have more real connections as opposed to just options.
I feel like a woman should never go and look for a man. And that's probably why I'm still single. because a lot of girls do shoot their shot
Ain't
now.
nothing wrong with you shooting your shot at a man. It's just how you go about shooting your shot. Me, I support women shooting their shots and being proactive. You know, be proactive and break the ice. I'm not saying you gotta throw yourself at a man. I'm just saying be proactive, break the ice, and see where it goes. Like start a conversation with them. To
I
me, that
agree.
always works. And nothing wrong with you shooting your shot. Now, one thing I'm not gonna support, and this is something I've been hearing about. One thing I will never support is women proposing to a man. I would never support no bullshit like that. Me find out that you got on your knees for your husband and asking to marry you. I'm like, you're doing it backwards, my girl. I don't support that. No. That's ass backwards in my opinion.
I agree.
I could never support that. Again, I don't
Yeah.
mind women being proactive, assertive, maybe a little aggressive when going for the man if they want, but don't be asking these men, don't be asking us to marry y'all. It's kind of emasculating and it's just flat out weird. You know what I mean? It's just straight up.
What? A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit.
Yep, that's what that is. Okay, let's continue. Fair use.
And they have the confidence to ask guys out. I even see girls getting on one knee.
Yeah, she said she's even seen it herself in London. Oh boy.
You would like to obviously meet some people because that was the goal for Charlene's documentary. And as you can see, it's just been a shambles, really. And
why has it been a shambles?
It's just the dating world right now. It's just not it. Like, it's just not it. You can't meet them in real life. You can't meet them online. So at this point, I feel like my husband's in a different country.
Many don't
Welcome to America. You can probably find your husband there. But then again, our dating market is no better. So
even know what they're really looking for beyond a romantic fantasy. There's a casual attitude towards relationships, and as it gets harder to date, even the reality shows have become more extreme. According to research by Plenty of Fish dating app, 84% of people in the UK don't believe there is an age deadline when it comes to finding love.
well, do you think there's an age deadline when it comes to finding love? I used to think it was. I'm gonna say past 40, just hang it up. I don't know, but I'm open to opinions.
No, I don't think so.
How you still trying to find somebody special at 45, 55 years old? While most folks got married while they were still between, I don't know, 18 and 27 or something like that. So how
I
you
don't know.
behind everybody else like that?
No, this is where like I'm a little bit like optimistic, when it comes, only when it comes to love. Like I believe that, you can always find somebody, out there, but it's just that again, with every relationship, it's just gonna take some work. It's gonna take like readjusting, it's gonna take like you having to reconfigure like your standards and the way you your outlook on relationships. Like you can't be like 50 years old and be expecting a guy to like do everything for you when he's like he has knee problems and you know like he drives like he can't really see and stuff because as you age, like your eyesight and your hearing goes out slowly. So like
Well, you
you
take
have to.
care of
It's
yourself.
all about managing. It's all about managing expectations. Don't have stupid, silly expectations, goofy expectations.
Yeah, that's true too. And I see that way too much too, especially on women's side. They got the standards of a 20-something-year-old. They almost they're 40, they're knocking on 50, and they still got the stance of a 20-something-year-old. That's weird. And that's ridiculous to me. So you do have to
Yeah.
adjust your standards as you get older.
Hmm. Yes.
And that's a large percent that doesn't believe that there's an age deadline when it comes to finding someone for yourself. But okay, fair use.
With 74% who are keen to date more selfishly, rather than adhering to societal milestones expected of them, like getting married or having children.
And I can see how the emotional toll of dating is becoming harder to ignore. I'm going to be speaking to a girl who wants to remain anonymous, who uses ChatGPT to analyze messages from guys that she's dating. I've spoken to a few other people who use ChatGPT for help responding to messages. So it's a lot more common than I thought. Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
What made you turn to AI for help?
Do you know what? I think like normally because I use it for work and stuff, and like just generally like just putting like information in there, like rewording things, and then I thought actually, you know, because it gives its opinion on like something you've written, for example. I thought, what if I just put like a text message I've received or a WhatsApp I've received from someone and just get it to decipher what this actually means. Not you having to second guess things and like overthink. It's just like an open, honest answer.
So I was just going to say, do you not think that that is in a way overanalyzing the situation by putting it into ChatGPT?
I overanalyze things a lot. Like I'll be thinking, oh well, they could be doing it could be this reason, it could be that, and like
Damn, they rely on Chat GPT just to vet their frustrations. God damn. We really got it
Hey,
bad.
that's
We're
what.
gonna rely on technology for that. But go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I mean, that's what it's there for, right? That's why it's a tool. So why not, like, why not use it? It's there for us. So yeah, use all the tools that you can to help you, with your, with reaching your goal. So I'm not, I'm not gonna knock anybody for it. So if you have to use, Chat
That's
GPT
true.
to help you find a girlfriend, then by all means, I think it's kind of sad. Not sad. I shouldn't say sad. It's kind of like you should be able to do that
Maybe.
yourself. Yeah, it is a
Yeah.
little bit, but I
Yeah.
wouldn't necessarily
As
call it
if
like a red flag or anything.
I wouldn't either, but don't you think it's kind of awkward? So you're gonna rely on AI and technology to find love because you can't go out there and find it yourself? Won't that kind of send the wrong signal to people? Like, oh, you don't have game. You gotta rely on this. Everybody's situation differs, but it could send the wrong message. Just saying.
Yeah, and that's just a risk people, are going to have to take, I guess, And so, like, sometimes people just don't, they go through life, the parents are busy, so they didn't develop good, um, you know, um, like mechanisms and stuff, and didn't give them the proper tools to how to vet a person, how to tell, how to pick up on energy and stuff like that. And so, yeah, that's why I'm not going to knock a person. They're going to use, chat, GPT if it helps them.
Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense. All right, fair use.
in my head, I overanalyze anyway. So I think ChatGPT actually simplified it.
AI has definitely redefined human relationships. Apps like Replica and Blush are designed to provide AI companions for emotional support, and in some cases, even mimic romantic or intimate human relationships to, quote, solve the loneliness crisis. It's been reported that loneliness can be as damaging to health as smoking 15 cigarettes per day.
And damn, that's dangerous. I know people that smoke 15 packs of cigarettes per day. So you telling me this can kill you just as fast? Oh my God. Wowee.
Highlighting the significant impact social isolation can have on physical and mental well-being. So is this
Has it gotten that bad that we got to rely on AI companions just so we can fill that void? Jesus Christ. I mean, that stuff is already happening a lot here in America. I'm pretty sure you heard about that, Zyrus. They're using AI so people can have AI companions and, experiment with. I mean, I use AI for myself, but that's just to promote my channel and to make music videos. But to find a companion, I don't use it for that. No.
Yeah, I guess there's always, a thin line, of like if you have to go that far to use technology, then yeah, like I said, that's where you're gonna have to self-reflect and work on yourself, you know, find out what skills you're missing that you can't, like that you can't go out there and find one yourself, and you have to use a computer to help you. It's like I don't know.
Yeah, I get
I
you.
just feel
I get.
sad. I just feel sad and feel sorry for this generation. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I do too. God rest the souls of your kids. Well, I trust you and your husband gonna raise them be productive people. But hey, when they go out into this world, see how scary it truly is, and how it's different from what we were when we were younger. Man, I say a thing with my godchildren. They already know now. They grown now, so they already know.
Yeah, see, that's why, that's why I'm a big proponent of like public schools and stuff. Make sure, like, yeah, like put your kids out there so that way they know, how to socialize. And that's the problem. We have like a lot of people that are, that have so-called autism, that has, all these kind of behavioral problems and stuff. It's like, why? Yeah, these kids, aren't being raised, like, I'm not gonna say properly, but then just are, they're being raised with like, you know, um they're just missing, some skills. And
Yeah,
so yeah,
they
like
got
with my kids, I make sure that they are socialized with like people, and so that way they, it's not gonna be hard for them to like, make friends and stuff.
Yeah, they got their technologies raising them. That's not good. I mean, we
Hmm.
had our video games, TV, we had our video games and CD players and rails when we were younger, but we had to use that stuff way more sparingly because our parents were not going to tolerate us being on that stuff all day, every day. Plus, we had no social media back then, so we had to go out and meet people concretely. So yeah, they should learn from our generation. How do we meet people? Get off our asses, go outside and meet people, or put yourself out there so you can meet somebody, I just think technology is taking
Exactly.
that's taking a backseat to technology. It's taking a backseat to technologies. That's my only gripe with this whole social media stuff. When
And
conventional
that's
meeting,
and
when meeting people conventionally takes a backseat to technological ways of meeting people, that's when it becomes a problem for me personally.
Well, see, like back, like you said, right? Like back, like in our days, our parents are not going to entertain us. So yeah, we had to go out there if we want, to entertain ourselves. But then, like with our kids, it's like, I'm like this with my kids too. Like because of safety reasons. Like our kids are not going out there and playing with the other neighborhood kids. It's like they're not doing that. They have, we're keeping our kids
What?
inside the house. Yeah, we're keeping our kids inside the house where we can keep an eye on them and stuff. And, we're like busy, for the most part, like, yeah, we are self-involved too. Both parents are working, they're trying to, get through, day by day and stuff. And so, yeah, like these kids are, yeah, they're just, yeah, they're just not socializing like how we used to socialize back in our days.
Don't so you're keeping your kids sheltered? I'm not sure that's a good idea.
No, I'm not me personally. My kids, I make sure, we make sure we take our kids out though. We're going out there with our kids,
Oh,
Back then, like our parents don't, we're out there on our own. But, that's why,
yeah,
like, if you're gonna shelter your kids, you can shelter your kids, but then make sure you know, put them out and go out with them. Make sure they're going out and playing and, getting to know, if they're getting to know your neighborhood, the other neighborhood, kids, make sure you know them too, just as a precaution. That's what
yeah.
we're doing.
Because
Hmm.
it ain't like it was when we were younger, where the rule was simple. On Saturday mornings, watch your little cartoons, play your video games, but at 1 o'clock, go outside, have fun, be back home for the street life, come home. Little to no supervision.
Exactly.
Of course, my mom knew where I
Exactly.
was because back when me and my mom stayed in Chicago, we had a park right literally across the street from us, so she knew where the hell I was at all times. And of course, she would drive through there just to see where I'm at, but she knew where the hell I was. But yeah, that's how it was back then. The good old
Sure
days.
was.
Can we still do that
Exactly.
today? Well, can we still do that today? I'm gonna say, yeah, we can, but we got to be way more cautious because there's too much bullshit happening. You thought our generation was dangerous? This new generation, oh god, it's worse.
The weird thing is like people, when like because sometimes I'll listen into these type of like debates and stuff because the usually the debate is like, are we living, in the safest time, like in safer times or in more like dangerous times? And they keep saying that we've been, you know um it's been the safest like that it's ever been. Um, and
I don't
so
know
it's
about
like
all that.
I know, it's we've been exposed to more, dangerous stuff, but yeah, I still think that it's like people are just more bolder, nowadays than they were back then. Like they will
Yeah,
snatch,
they
they will
are.
like rob your car like in broad daylight, it's stuff like that.
Yeah, Yeah, back in the day we did that shit undercover at night, but now they just out in the open with it. Oh man.
Mm-hmm.
And shout out to Killer Swag, getting that bad. Don't be caring about them price tags. How are you, my guy? You ain't been these
How you
streets in a
doing?
minute. Good to see you. Good to see you again, Killer Swag. You ain't been up here in a minute. Good to have you back. Hope he's coming back. Yeah. But anyway, let's continue. Fair use.
Is a viable answer. I've come to meet a relationship expert and coach who has been a regular guest on the TV show Married at First Sight. Charlene meets Charlene.
Do you think that it's important for schools to have relationships as well as sex education? So it should be something like sex and relationships education.
Absolutely. I think what happens is that, as young people, they try to kind of like work out how to do relationships themselves based on what they've seen at home or what they've seen around them. But actually, they don't really always know how to have healthy relationships. So how to manage conflict effectively.
Well, do you think we should have relationship and education classes? I know here in America we have one, but not the other. Some schools still do sex education, but I don't know about the relationship classes. Not so much. That's just trial and error.
Yeah, I think. I mean, there are like classes and stuff where you could pay from like that, but then like to put them in, like schools and stuff. No.
I would say hey, these kids listen to some of this content, but it's too much. It's too adult for their ears.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend exposing them kids to no adult stuff, at least not to, especially not in this day and age. 25, 30 years ago, adult stuff was still friendly enough for the kids to enjoy, but nowadays, that's ironic because we live in a cancel culture society, but still.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, back in the day, we had to learn about relationships through trial and error, like writing a love note to your crush or something like that, or trying to ask or your kid trying to ask a handsome boy out to the prom or the dance or whatever. It was trial and error for us, as far as the relationship aspect goes. But I do think sex needs to be taught directly.
Yeah, I think that's how it should be. That's how how else you learn. Learn through experience. So yeah, I think that would be the best way.
Yeah, but maybe direct teachings can help because some people do things and they get the wrong idea. Your crush rejected you, you think all women are hoes. That man rejected you, you think all men are just scum. No, we don't need that. So maybe some direct coaching would be somewhat helpful. At least get your mind right. That's how I look at that. All right, let's continue. Fair use.
Communicate, with impact.
Okay, my friends want me to ask you this, okay? Where do we find men who want to be husbands? This is a question.
Shout out to Zero.
This is a big question, yeah.
Of course, we know that there are lots of men on dating apps that are just having a bit of a laugh, that are not really serious. But we also know that there are men on there that seriously want to date. To wait for a guy to approach us, I think is a bit kind of 1950s. I think in 2025, we can say hi to the guy. We can say, hey, how you doing?
Ain't nothing new, honest, but okay.
We can just strike a conversation. We're good at talking.
In other words, be proactive and break the ice. Exactly.
Right? So we can find ways to connect with guys.
Do you think that the rise of independent women is affecting or impacting dating in any way?
I say yes, it is. I think the rise of the so-called independent woman has affected because now women have no incentive to actually want marriages or want relationship because they can do it all, but they can make their own money, get their own education. Back in the day, they did this stuff just so they can have access to these things via having a man. But now they can get it themselves. They see no reason to actually form relationships with men unless it's just sexual connection. We can also thank the sexual liberation movement for that bullshit as well. Now we can sleep around with whoever we want to sleep around with without the emotional attachments that come with it. Yeah. Shout out to Zero. Man, get out of here, Zero. Whatever. Go ahead, Zyrex. Zyrex? I guess you stepped
Yeah,
away.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. You heard what
Okay,
she
sorry
said?
about that. Yeah, I heard what you said. I sort of disagree with you. Because I don't feel like, yeah, because now women are more, independent stuff. Yeah, we're less likely, yeah, to attach yourself to men. Because I feel like it has to go both ways. Because men, you guys don't want to be attached to women. So like, why do we have to be the one to emotionally attach? Like, I feel like that's not fair.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not saying it's the primary cause. I'm just saying it's one of the causes. I mean, I want my woman to be independent, make her own money, have an education. But when she starts getting ahead of herself, thinking that, oh, she's better than me, that's when it becomes a problem. I think that makes it a huge problem. So being independent in of itself is not the issue. It's just that when they get a big ego about the whole thing. Like what's that old saying? Give a woman a hammer, she'll think the whole world's a nail. Give her an inch, she'll take a mile. Yep, that kind of mindset. Give her a job, a career, and education. She thinks she owns the world and she don't need a man for shit. Again, this isn't all women. This is just some. Just saying. But go ahead.
Yes. Okay. No. Yeah. Okay then. I'll agree with you there.
Yeah, absolutely. You could be independent, but please be humble about it. Just saying. All right, let's continue. Fair use.
I think it plays a part. I think for a lot of men, they don't always know where they fit in. I think if you're a woman that does it all, I think for some guys, they might be thinking, okay, where can I fit in here to be that man for
And
her?
for the record, yes, most of us men want to fit into the life of a woman. If you're one of those kind of women that can do it all, well, how do I fit in? That's why I say you can't be the kind of woman that wants to do it all for herself. Where does the man in your life going to fit into all this? Because I know when I be working with women at my job, yes, I want to contribute. Yes, I want to go through the stress too. In fact, I'm made for this kind of stuff. I'm made to live shit, go through stress, and have a spaz out moment when something pisses me off. That's what I'm for. You got to control it, but that's what we're made for. So how is a man going to fit into your life if you're doing all that yourself? Yeah, we want to be a part of it, but just saying, yeah. But what do you think, Zyrax?
No, I hear you. We all. I mean, that's we all. Need to feel. We all want to feel needed. So I hear you. That's a valid point. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. All right, let's continue. Fair use.
The last few weeks, my algorithm on social media platforms has taken a different route from what used to be mainly cat videos to now dating advice reels, from therapists and podcasters to coaches and even influencers. People all over my feed want to talk about one thing: dating.
I did it. I deleted my dating apps, and what doesn't make sense to me is that before I delete them, I journal about fearing the thought that I'm going to be single forever.
Oh, damn.
Meet Millie. She's a digital creator and has been open about never having a boyfriend and how hard the dating scene is at the moment.
Have you found that what you post about your dating life and being single gains a lot more engagement than any of your other posts?
Yes, like the 4 posts that I've made about being single of my life has literally got millions and millions of views, like the most out of all my posts. Like, I thought I was the only one here. I felt so alone in this whole dating world that I was just honestly so surprised that everyone else was like having some experiences. So the single society is like this little community that I've organically created. It just felt so natural to see all of these men and women in my comments share the exact same experiences, feeling the exact same emotions.
What do you think of serial daters? Are you a serial dater?
I mean, what is this data? I don't know.
Your dater is simply someone who dates multiple people at a time and has no desire to commit to someone. They're always in a relationship, always on a date with this person. That's what that is. Multiple people. That's what that essentially is. Yeah.
A lot. That's really. I'm just trying to find just what they're looking for. Then comes across as this sort of surface level dating.
Dating today can feel like it's easier to be less attached. And modern dating trends are normalizing behavior
It is to be
and impact finding love.
Having X and I've seen video of you.
No, this is what it is. A sudden feeling that
Sorry, everybody. Please excuse the technical difficulties. Just give us a few minutes. And Hustler will have this, up and running in just a few seconds. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe. Thank you. And hope everyone's enjoying their Saturday.
my bad, Zyrax. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, my signal went out again. Oh boy, my bad.
It's
Thank you for
alright.
being so patient. Thank you for being so patient. All right, let's
No problem, not a
continue
problem.
with this. Appreciate your patience, my girl. Appreciate your patience. Now, where was I? Oh, damn, hold on, go back. Oh yeah, this is the term for what's called a ick. A sudden feeling that you dislike someone or something, or no longer attracted to someone because of something they do. That's what they call an ick. That's what you know.
Makes sense.
All right. All right. I always called it a gripe or a pet peeve or something. But let's continue. Same thing. Let's continue. Fair use.
For sure. And like sort of searches for it in a way. I think I'll definitely find icks that are so ridiculous. But I probably wouldn't have paid much attention to it if I didn't really know much about icks in the first place.
I doubt dating apps are going anywhere. So many different versions are being made, but the issue is that there is no research or evidence on how happy or durable the couples are that meet that way. My friend who was trying to enjoy her single life unexpectedly found her girlfriend on Hinge, and they will be celebrating
Oh, they went to Hinge. Oh boy.
3 years together this May, which is a bit of light at the end of the tunnel.
We're currently in the flat that we bought together, so I think you could say it's going quite well. I'd actually dated a little bit before I met Molly, and the year that I met her, I was planning on having a little bit of a hot girl summer. She very quickly put a stop to that, but we've been very happy ever since.
I actually think it's quite good that we had the option of online dating because I don't think our paths would have crossed otherwise.
I think with online dating, you get so many people. It almost feels like a bit of a numbers game, but it really does give you the opportunity to meet so many people that you wouldn't otherwise. There are people out there, there are fabulous people out there, and you will find your person one day.
Yeah. Well, that's the video. What you thought about that, Zyrax? dating in the UK. But what I'm noticing is no. You thought America was struggling with dating. Well, I guess the British have it just as bad, especially with the dating apps.
I mean, it's, I think you're just gonna, yeah, run into those kind of problems, as we become more like modernized, we rely heavily on, technology. So yeah, it wasn't a surprise. Like I only know like one or like two people and that lives in, the UK. And so um they're like they're single, and so one of them, I think
Yeah,
Simon is one of them.
Simon Hendrick, that guy. Oh, don't get me started with him. He's one of the British people that I know. I know him. Well, there was Jessica X before she disappeared, and then there was a lovely Miss Mona, my British sister, and on and off co-host. Yep. Also, I know from London as well.
Yeah, I
Those
mean,
only British. Oh, oh, go ahead.
no, Alex, like yeah, I don't, I am unaware of the dating scenes over there. I've asked like Simon a few times and stuff, but like, yeah, even he's given up, which is why he comes online, and he's found, his girlfriends through online. So hey, like do whatever you can, just don't give up on love. It's my overall message for today.
Okay. Yeah, it makes sense to me. Okay, I got somebody else in the back. Hold on. This is a new person, so I got to put this banner up here,
Hmm.
and it's still moving slow. I don't know what's wrong with it. Damn, want this banner come up here? Oh, there it is.
Yo, what's good? This is Reggie Champagne Rackstack.
Did you drop him?
Yeah. No, he dropped himself.
Oh,
I didn't drop him. He dropped himself. I'm like, hey, he did answer me, but yeah, this thing moving slow now. I don't know what's wrong with it. He may come back. He may not. Wanted to make sure he was a legit person before he came up here.
yeah, he said his name and then he just like I thought, he just got dropped and I thought like, you know, I just thought that
No,
was odd.
he dropped himself. I didn't even touch it. He dropped himself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he may come back. I don't know. I mean, that's a new person, so I got to do that for every new person that comes up here.
No, I understand because people be corn bombing. So yeah, I mean do whatever you
Oh
can
yes,
to
they do.
protect your channel.
Mm,
So
yeah, I happened to meet twice.
oh dang.
Yes, actually, I had some trolls over here back on what was it around August or whatever the fuck. Bunch of random trolls popping up with different names. I was like, where the hell did these people come from? So yeah, it was just weird in my opinion. But yeah, that's
I
what you
hear
get in
you.
these YouTube. That's what you get in these YouTube streets. So what's your final thoughts on everything we talked about so far?
Um, I mean, of course, like I always enjoyed having conversations. When it comes to relationships, for the most part, I think if you just work on yourself, as in, I know that's such a cliche, but yeah, just, if you know that you're a stand-up person, that you're willing to put into work, then yeah, you should have no problem finding someone. A lot of times, yeah, because we have, we set too high of a standard. We want a good looking person. We want a fine looking person, someone who makes a lot of money and stuff. And and it's like, before you have someone try to qualify, to see if they qualify for that position, like you should ask yourself, like, do you qualify for those type of people? And so, yeah, before you have someone qualify, for that position, make sure you qualify for that first. And that's my final thoughts.
Yep. Yep, and I've been saying that for the longest because while there are some women who have these unrealistic expectations as far as what a man, what they want their man to be, they never do ask themselves the question, why should that man choose you, and what can you add to his life? Are you an asset to his life or a detriment? If it's the latter, what are we talking about here? You want what, like Kevin
Exactly.
Samuels said, you want what you don't like Kevin Samuels said, you want what you don't qualify for. Rest in peace to the
Mm-hmm.
Godfather. So yeah, you got to keep
Yes.
your standards very realistic. I mean, you don't see us men, well, you don't see too many men doing that. I know I don't qualify to be with Beyonce Knowles or Janet Jackson, so why am I complaining about not being able to get them? I'm just an average looking man, so hey, I don't qualify for the
Exactly.
baddest bitches on the block. So I don't complain about not being able to get them.
Yeah, that's the thing, we're average people, so we should be with average people too. Plain and simple.
I mean, to be fair, I used to mess around with a few. I'm not gonna say they were hood rats or anything like that, but they were females who were kind of wild and kind of had some hood to them. And I left the good girls alone because I found them a little boring and standoffish at times. So I went for what I thought I qualified for at that moment in my 20s.
I mean, you can aim high if you want to, but like just be realistic about it. That's all. You know, like no one is gonna have, it's gonna come with all of the things that you want. And so you have to ask yourself, which one is number one? Which one do I put on like the top? You know, does money come first? Does look come first? Then personality? Like, yeah, you have to know what you want, so that way you get what you want.
Yeah, it makes sense when you put it like that.
Hmm.
Makes plenty of sense. Yeah, I appreciate your final thoughts. Definitely, I've been up here for almost 4 hours now. I'm going to shut down here. Appreciate having you up here, Zyrex. You're
Of
always
course, of
welcome.
course. Thank you for having me up
Oh,
here. And like I said, I'll try to make it as much as I can. So I really appreciate you. Thank you,
not a problem. And
and
shout
you
out
have a
to
good
your girl,
day.
Cammy. You too. Shout out to your girl, Cammy, as well. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll let her
Shout
know.
out to you, Zyrex. Always at your climax. Got quality better than high max.
Or you have a good day, H&M. Thank you.
You too. You too, my girl. You too. Yeah, this was an interesting show. Yes, I had some technical difficulties in the beginning, but in the end, I pulled it through. Let's see here. Shout out to Scented Cole, unpredictable, always at her pentacle. Shout out to Smitty, who takes no pity, knows how to get down to the nitty gritty. Shout out to Rogue, always on the go. Tell me, my girl, how does your garden grow? And of course, shout out to Lady Zyrax, always at her climax, got quality better than high max. That's how we do it. Shout out to Lean Mean on the scene, my homegirl Christine. Shout out to you, my lady. And shout out to Fear No Morals, my new supporter. Thank you for stopping by. Shout out to Zero the Infinite. You're going to start with that blue pill hustler shit. And finally, shout out to Killer Swag, getting that bag. He don't be caring about them price tags. The final boss that pays the cost is why he's not afraid to floss. Yeah. Shout out to everybody for stopping by. But I guess my final thoughts is you thought America had it bad when dating. You see the British, they're struggling just as much. I guess dating apps are kind of a mess for the British as they are for us Americans. So I guess you gotta do what's best for yourself. And like Cyrus said, improve yourself and work on yourself, and you'll find the right partner. Yeah. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, this is your boy, Hustler and Muscular, also known as H&M, dropping gems, stomping harder than a pair of Timbs. You know what I do, giving you the truth straight out the booth. I'm hitting home runs like Babe Ruth. Because that's what I do. I'm out of here, y'all. Take care, peace out, and deuces. I know my show is over, but I got somebody else in the back. Hold on a second. You're a little late, but better late than never, I guess. Dr. Steele, is this you?
Hello, do you remember me?
Oh,
I was just calling to say hi.
Oh, what's going on?
It's good. It's good to see you again.
Yeah, let me bring you up properly. Hold on a second. Shout out to you, Dr. Steele. How are you?
I'm good, man.
I don't know what that was about, but okay. He said, I'm good, bad. What was that about? Well, next time come to the show and the show is going on, don't wait till well, I understand we're all busy. But you came in while the show was about to end. But I'll give you a free pass this time, okay? Come back soon, Mr. Steele. You could just say it in the comments, but it is what it is. Okay, I'm out of here for real, y'all. Deuce.
I got sunshine.